this point. Got several pieces to go through. What was who was supposed to originally go at 9 o'clock? Administration, and they're just not here yet, or they're going to be kicked down? Okay, so they're just not on the list at all then. Okay, all righty. We've got several here. I'm going to go ahead with Martin with Department of Parks and Wildlife, just because he's here. We don't have you scheduled to almost 11 o'clock, but that'll kind of fill it up, and then we can run it on through. But if you don't mind going early, I sure would appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Martin DeBoer. I'm the Chief of Staff to the Secretary at Department of Wildlife and Parks. You should have in front of you our 5-year capital improvement plan that was submitted back in July. I would like to note, as you know, it's a planning document. There have been some changes made since then, and we will continually look at prioritizing those projects in need. I would like to note that last year, we did do approximately $26 million, including encumbrances, in CI projects, which typically our agency has done roughly around 12 to 14 million. And this is due to really focusing on infrastructure. Almost every single project you see on here is a rehab and repair or fixing some type of infrastructure in our agency. We have done an extensive infrastructure review. We have identified over 8,000 various pieces of infrastructure across the state that we are now assigning a cost to. Don't want to say deferred maintenance, but this is one of the things that we consistently heard from the legislature is we want to address the things that we currently have and not start building new projects. So for FY26, we're looking at approximately $33 million total in CI projects. I'd like to note that 21.7 million of that is federal funds. There's a big jump. We had to push up some of our projects that were previously approved in the 5-year CIP, and most notably the shooting ranges, because we had to obligate those federal funds. Otherwise, we were at risk of reverting those. So we pushed up some of those forward. So you'll see, yes, there's a jump from 25 to 26. But approximately 15 million of that was rollover from projects that were approved last year that are going into this year. They were delayed either due to not getting the grant funding, such as on the Flint Hills Trail, that was a little bit delayed, issues with permitting or in the bidding process. So these are items that have been rolled over into 26. So for Flint Hills Trail, in 25, there was no expenditures, but in 26, we were allotting $6 million. And these are all federal funds. We've already received the match from the legislature and SGF for that, so we don't have any more matches on that Flint Hill Trail. Everything now is just pulling down the federal funds. The shooting ranges are approximately $6 million in federal funds that we're using. Yes, we use our fee funds to match those, but that's why you see such a large jump. It's not that we're adding new projects. We just had to obligate those federal funds, which required us to shift some of those projects up from 27 to 26. There's only 2 new projects that were not in the previously approved, and that is updating the bison pens that we have for our bison herds, and then addressing a federal wetlands project out at Perry, where they are restoring some of the wetland pools out there. So that is a federal project that is now going to happen in 26. Other than that, everything that was approved previously has either rolled over or is still in the process this year. I would like to say, touching back on the infrastructure review, once we get that infrastructure review completed, we will go through and prioritize those items that desperately need to be repaired. So the CIs will fluctuate, but that's based on need and the cost of repairs. If there's any specific projects, please let me know. I was hoping to have our Parks Director here with me as well, but he's coming up out of Wichita, and since we're going a little bit early, he's not here. We did expend all the SGF funds that we had for dam repairs. We do have considerable amount of dam repairs left in the future, and we're still analyzing those costs. But there are some minor dam repairs. We do low hazard dam repairs, We don't do the high hazard like KDHE and all of them. We do the low hazard fishing lakes and things like that. So I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Committee, any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Clue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. When I was scrolling through this last night, it's more of a curiosity thing because I haven't been on this committee very long. But for instance, if you could just talk to me a little bit about, I noticed these architect and engineering fees, they're kind of like all over the board. So like if you look at the Pratt Education Center, the project's $170,000, and then the fee for that project is $50,000. And then if you look like the Milford Center, $80,000 project, and the fee's $17,500. I mean, is that typical? It seemed like some of these that I were running, and you could go through the whole list. I went through them last night, and some of them were like 30, 35%. Is that just something typical? And who is that? As a vendor? Is it one?
Sorry, Chairman and Committee. Sometimes it's a vendor, sometimes they are from D of A. We have fees that we do with D of A where they review the schematics and stamp them and things like that. I can get you more details. I can talk to my chief engineer and get those for you, exactly what that breakdown is. But per project, I can't really, at this time, identify if they were done through the state, through the D of A process, or if we hired an outside firm.
Yeah, and then you'll also notice, like sometimes there'd be a 0.5% charge or 1% additional on top of that on the bottom. But it's just I'm struggling just with why such a vast difference on those amounts from 30, 35%. And then some will be like smaller, 10, 15%. Just curious.
To my understanding, it's based on the type of project. Is there electrical involved? Is there other structural engineering reviews that need to be done? The percentages are sometimes through D of A. It depends on the cost of the project, what type of project it is. So you're right, there's a lot of variables in there. What I can do is I can go back and try to get a more accurate breakdown for you so that we can understand that a little bit better for you.
Yeah, maybe just more of the process in choosing who you go with.
Okay.
Like, and then is there typical ones on the list that you use more consistently?
Yes, so I mean, anything that we use, they have to be on state contract, right? If we bid it out, there's the bidding process through D of A. So there are ones that the state we typically use more than others, and I can get those to you as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'd almost like to request if we could do a follow-up with you at some point in the future, just to get a little more understanding of that.
Absolutely.
Because just from the outside, it sounds somewhat excessive, but I'd like to better understand it. Other questions? Mr. Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seem to recall the dams, the investment that had already been made versus the ask from last year being a point of contention. And are we caught up now? Did we catch up to the work that had been done to where we needed to be to implement those repairs that were underway?
For those funds those SGF funds from last year, yes, those have been expended on various projects. I will say that in speaking with engineering, we can come up with a pretty extensive list on additional dams that need to be addressed. I don't want to go off the top of my head kind of what the number was spit out. I can go back and look for you. I want to say roughly around 10 million. Okay. It comes to my recollection, but let me go back and get the number on those dams.
And I'm by no way trying to indicate that all of our dams are in good shape, just that we were caught up with where, we had been targeted to be. So, okay, thank you. Thank you for the update.
All right. Further questions? Mr. Kluge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was looking through the project requests, can you talk a little bit about the land acquisition? And I know in the past there's been quite a few of those. This is the only one I saw in this particular project, 156 acres, 2,500 an acre. How did they kind of come up with that? Is it just kind of like the fair market?
Yes, and so there's many different ways land acquisition can happen. We all know there's a statutory requirement. If it's over a certain amount of acreage, it has to come before the legislature for a bill to be approved, right? I believe 160 acres, somewhere around there. Sometimes land is donated to us as well by private citizens, and sometimes there are different organizations that purchase land and then are looking to then donate it to us as well, and enrolling it into a conservation program or in some way have us manage those properties. So that amount of funds in there is typically a placeholder for us in case something does come up that meets what the Secretary deems as a priority for the agency. At this point, the Secretary has clearly stated we need to take care of what we've got before we start looking at, any of these other options. So that being said, this agency does look, we are second to the last in the nation in public lands from all states. I believe 2% to 3% of our state is actually public land. And these public land allows the public to go out there, utilize our resources for hunting, for fishing, for hiking, all various different activities. So as part of the mission of the agency, we are supposed to provide access to the public lands and enjoyment of our resources. So that purpose of the land acquisition there is to have funds in case something comes up, in case there's a need for that. But it is not a key priority in the Secretary's administration right now to start purchasing land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I see kind of, it outlines the general, and you touched on it, reasons of purchasing. But when you're identifying a piece of land, is there more like a detail specific? We want this piece due to this reason versus just generalization. And then I also noticed that there's an ability to capture some of the federal funds. Is that in any land acquisition?
I believe, let me touch on the federal funds. Anytime there's federal funds available, absolutely. We are 40% roughly federally funded, and we have to leverage every single dollar we have. We don't receive any state general fund. Everything we receive is fee funded. So anytime we can leverage those funds for a purpose, that is definitely something we're looking at doing. Now, when it comes to deciding which properties, there's a lot of many factors that go into this: the quality of land, location to our currently existing land. Is it contiguous next to the property we already own, or is this a property that's just out in the middle of itself and we don't have access to it? So there's an extensive review process that goes through these when a piece of land comes up, even on donations. When somebody wants to donate land, is this something that actually would benefit the agency and the citizens of the state of Kansas by us having it? If somebody donates a piece of land that's landlocked and really can't do anything with it, we'll make a decision, okay, is that actually the best thing for us to take on? Because anytime you take on land, there's costs associated with it, right? You have to manage that land. We do pay property taxes. So we do pay property taxes on all lands that we own, all public lands. We pay taxes to the counties. So that's another thing to factor in. But yes, anytime there's land that comes up for consideration, there's an extensive review process internally on how does it benefit the agency, how does it benefit the citizens of the state of Kansas, and is this something that is actually fiscally viable?
So, so this particular piece then, there's not necessarily a reason other than the scope of what was mentioned.
Correct. So this is adjacent to our Byron Walker Wildlife Area, which is down by Pratt, by Kingman and Pratt, in between there. So this is a property that is literally right across the street. I think it's Pheasants Forever owns, and they're wanting to have conversations with us about purchasing that property.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
There we go. Let the record show we do have a quorum present at this point. So Welcome, Mr. Schmidt. No problem there. We're kind of going out of order. We've got the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks up just because of what we had scheduled from 9 to 9:30 did not take place. Okay, so there was just nothing for change orders and stuff there. Okay. Further questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I did see in here, which I thought was a really good move as far as the parks and the electrical upgrades. You know, I've been an RVer in the past, and I think that will help get more people, especially out of state, that are traveling through, not to have the right amperage for, these newer RVs is, and a lot of them, they're just so outdated. So it was good to see you had several parks in line to get those upgrades done. So that was something positive I saw. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, not seeing any. I had a couple that you already answered. I was trying to figure out what's the split. Do you use any SGF? Your answer earlier was no, we do not.
Only if the legislature gives it to us for a specific.
Correct. Question on Cheney Lake, a couple of questions on Cheney. The roads, I frequent out there quite often, and the roads through the park are in desperate need of repair. Is there anyone taking a look at that at this point in time? Because I've never seen any line items pop up, but I'm assuming if Cheney needs it, probably several of the other parks do too.
Yeah, your assumption is correct. Roads are something that have been popping up more and more. If it is a state-owned property, this is where we have to do some digging, right? Does the Corps own it? So is it a Fed road, is it our road, or is it a KDOT road? And so when issues come up like that, I always ask that you let us know specifically where it is so I can address it with our staff and we can dig into it. But you're correct, roads are something that we have identified as something that needs to be looked at. A lot of the rehab and repair are there to address certain roads. I don't know off the top of my head which ones exactly, but I can definitely take that information back and talk to my staff about the situation down there.
Yeah, just for future, I would appreciate it. And the other thing for Cheney Lake, you noted the visitor center replacement, but it was estimated project costs just under $4 million. Is that already approved and in progress because of where it shows up on the spreadsheet, or is that something you're asking at this point in time?
My understanding is that every project in here has already been presented last year or the year before in the 5-year CIP. So
Okay.
they've been approved.
Okay.
But I can definitely look into that for you as well.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Do I have a motion since we have a quorum? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee accept the recommendations for the 5-year capital improvement plan from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Do I have a second? I'm going to pick on Representative Osley. You had your hand up there as a second. All right. You've heard the motion, committee. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Looks like your motion has passed. So thank you for being here early and going out of order here.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee.
You bet. Moving right along. Looks like we got Department of Corrections. So we're kind of get back on order here. And Keith, state your name and welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Keith Bradshaw. I'm the Executive Director of Contracts and Finance for the Department of Corrections. I'm just going to touch on some of our major capital projects we have proposed in our 5-year plan. I do have with me James Skidmore, Director of Capital Improvements, to help answer any questions that you or the committee may have. To start off, I'll talk a little bit about our Hutchinson project. You should have a handout with a little more detailed information regarding this. This is nothing new. I think most of you have all heard this proposal in the past couple sessions. We are taking a little bit different approach, though, however, with this year. Prior years, we've asked for funding to replace the entire Hutchinson facility, which consists of 3 separate compounds. The main central unit, which was built primarily late 1800s, early 1900s, and then the minimum security south unit and the medium security east unit, which I believe those two were all about roughly 1980s construction. The central unit is where we're having the largest challenges, again, with a facility of this age. In 2021, we had a facilities conditions assessment conducted of all of our properties to determine what are our issues we may be having with those facilities. Carter Global Lee was the vendor that we had to do this study. And specific to Hutchinson, they identified over $80 million in immediate needs that would not have to be addressed over a 10-year period, with roughly $45 million of that they recommended being addressed in the first year. And these are all issues that are just visual in nature. As a visual inspection of our facilities is not exploratory, so we don't know whether the issues might be behind the walls, any asbestos or PCB issues. The Carter Global Lee study also identified mechanical engineering, plumbing issues, roofs, and so forth. They did not address any of the issues regarding lack of ADA compliance for this particular facility. The cell sizes, which are roughly 42 square foot, as compared to the current American Correctional Association standard of 70 square foot minimum size, nor did it address the lack of air conditioning, which is becoming an increasingly large issue for corrections agencies. Many jurisdictions are finding themselves in court regarding conditions of confinement because of lack of air conditioning in the summer months. So our proposal would be for, it's a $452.5 million project to replace the central unit. We're asking bonding authority for that. That is roughly $34.45 million over a 20-year period for the debt service on that. And this project would also add 400 beds to our total male capacity. The Sentencing Commission's projections project that we will see continued growth in the prison population, both male and female, through 2034. At the projections, and I'll say this, we are working off of last year's commission projections, as they have not released the 2025 projections yet. So as of last year, the estimate was that we would run out of male bed space by 2028. The additional 400 beds will get us those additional beds to about 2030, roughly, before we again run out of capacity on the male side. Again, this is a proposed phase project. Again, central unit would be first, and then we would, if this were to be approved in future years, we would come back and ask for funding to replace the east unit and the south unit in separate phases. As an alternative to the Hutchinson project, we are proposing the addition of two 200-bed medium security units at Winfield for a total of 400 beds, again, to address that population growth. Cost of that is estimated about $187 million. Again, that will give us some additional beds to address the population growth that we're experiencing on the male side. Specific to the female population, we have two projects included in the plan that, again, addresses the population growth we're experiencing on the female side. The first would be the renovation of a warehouse at Topeka Correctional Facility, currently used by one of our private industry partners, and this would be used to house 80 provide 80 work release beds for our female population. Currently, we only have 13 work release beds for the females, compared to about 450 work release beds on the male side. These are low-cost operating beds, does not require much staff to operate, and they also provide opportunities for that population as they're getting close to the end of their sentence to go get a job in the community, start earning a good wage, and be able to save money up for when they release, get all their obligations paid off before they release, and they're also paying 25% room and board back to the state general fund while in the work release program. This project is estimated at $5.8 million, and this we would ask be a one-time appropriation versus bonding for that. The other project we have included for TCF is the design of two 200-bed medium security units and the construction of one of those units to getting us another 200 beds for the female population. That coupled with the work release project, that would get us enough beds for the female population through the projection period of 2034. And this project is estimated at $44.3 million. And again, design the two cell houses and then construct one of them and then have the plans ready to go for when we need to construct that second one later on down the road. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stop here and stop for any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Committee. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a 5-year plan or just the information about the Hutchinson Correctional Facility?
I believe the 5-year plan had been distributed to the committee. If you did not get a copy of that, I apologize. We'll make sure you all get a copy of that.
I do not believe
That
that
was the
we've got it.
impression that staff had that for you, so we'll make sure we get you all a copy of that.
Okay, appreciate that.
I would prefer that we defer the motion. I don't have any more questions, but I would like to have a copy of that before we approve it.
Okay. Further questions? Go ahead, Senator Clues.
Oh, okay, thank you. So can you tell me, remind the committee on the funds that we get for, I think it's, I had it written down here. Is it like 10% of the, is it from the gaming funds, or where does the money come from again? Remind me on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our primary source for rehab and repair projects at the adult facility is from the Correctional Institutions Building Fund, which is a transfer from the Gaming Revenue Fund. Roughly about $4.1 million is what we receive from that for our rehab and repair projects. Also, we are receiving a $4 million appropriation from the State General Fund for priority capital projects at the adult facilities. For the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, the one juvenile facility operated by the Department of Corrections, rehab and repair projects are funded through the State Institutions Building Fund, which is shared with the state hospitals, the veterans' homes, and schools for the blind and deaf. And I believe that's about $900,000 what we have in the budget this year for projects at the juvenile facility.
Can I stop you just a second? The 4.1 million, that came specifically from where?
The Gaming Revenue Fund.
Okay, is that a fixed amount, or it just happens to be that's what it was this year and it varies each year?
It works out to be a fixed amount. There's, I believe, a cap in statute on how much is transferred to the gaming revenue, from the Gaming Revenue Fund over to the CIBF. And there's a few other funds that are funded through Gaming Revenues Fund transfer.
Okay.
A portion of that money also that would come to KDOC for projects then goes over to the Department of Administration to help with the insurance premiums. I believe that's around $400,000 a year.
Go ahead, Mr. Clues.
Okay, so, and then 5% goes to the juvenile, is that right? From that?
Yes, that would go to the Juvenile Detention Alternatives Fund, which is, those are then handed out as grants to communities.
Do we have like the balance of that now, where that's sitting?
I don't have that on me, but I can get that for you.
Be nice to know kind of the balance as we're looking at all this, for one, and then identifying what we're actually spending out of SGF in particular. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Francisco.
Not so much a question, but I think we have talked about a bill in the last couple of sessions that would change the percentage that was allocated from the gaming revenue, because there is a cap. And so we're seeing an increase in gaming revenue, but not anymore has been able to go to corrections. And that's created some problems in terms of the repair budget. So I know that Shirley Morrow put together a proposal that we discussed, and we could ask staff to redistribute that to the committee.
I believe that we could be able to do that, yes.
Further questions? Mr. Osley.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the update. While we're on the topic of correctional facilities, if I was listening correctly, you said the proposal for Hutch would keep us within the estimated population growth until 2030, and the estimates are expected to keep the population growing until 2034. So in the preliminary designs, is there additional bed space that could be added in the future if that population is to continue to grow for 34? You know what I'm saying? So that we're not building now for 4 years out from now, when we know 8 years out from now, we're still going to be short beds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's a valid question. So with the projections, what we do know is that we're going to continue to see the population growth. It really comes down to what that rate's going to be. Is it going to continue to grow at a high rate? Or is it going to start to slow down a little bit? So we start getting a little further out, and we need 6, 8, 10 years on what the new construction needs going to be. It gets a little bit unpredictable. So it's why we're focusing more in the 2 to 4 year range of what we're going to need. That gives us time to secure the funding, get those beds online, since we're talking about particularly with the TCF project being a renovation with constructing a new cell house. Being able to get those done earlier on, and then continue to evaluate or look at those projections as they come out year over year to see if there's additional need that's going to, before we start funding new construction projects. In the short term, in the event that we do run into capacity issues, there may be some options to adjust bed space to accommodate for smaller population changes at particular facilities. We also have the option, and we've used in the past, of utilizing county jails as temporary housing if there's a spike in the population until that comes back down, or until we get a longer-term plan in place for additional housing. The other factor is just we never know what the new sentencing laws might look like in future years. So again, that can adjust the population projections either upwards or downwards over that 10-year period.
Sure, and I think we'd all like to see the population decrease instead of grow. But if we don't get that figured out, I'd like to at least keep that in mind. And then you mentioned Mr. Chair, you mentioned the women's facility here in Topeka, additional work release beds. I think in appropriations last session or the session before, there was a bill that we had a hearing on that was discussing nurseries for new mothers within the facility. Is there any discussion while we're looking at improvements there of a nursery?
I know there's been some talks internally, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I know that
For anybody listening, please state who you are, if you would.
I'm James Skidmore, Director of Capital Improvements for the Department of Corrections.
Thank you.
They're currently having meetings on how the nursery and stuff would work, and we're currently looking at places like the administration building at TCF that'll be vacant when we get the behavioral health project done, and looking at options that we can redesign that to be able to do it. So I know there's meetings and stuff that I'm not involved in, but I know that they're working towards it because I have been involved in looking at spaces that we could accommodate for.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you both, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just follow up for, your colleague. Did you have a timeline in mind for what that planning phase and the implementation phase would be for that nursery here at the women's facility here in Topeka?
I can get with everyone and get back with you with that answer. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Going to the central unit rebuild, which is obviously a major project that, and with others on the committee, we recently toured that facility. How long do you think it's going to take from the time we allocate or approve funds to actually get the central unit rebuilt?
That's a good question, Mr. Chair. I may defer to Mr. Skidmore on this one as well.
Just a quick estimate off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Just a basis, probably a year for design and development and work on getting construction documents put together. So we're probably looking 36 months to get it up and running. Just a quick estimate.
Is that after the design phase or includes the design phase?
That should include the design phase.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just kind of a follow-up on that. Remind me if there are consequences if we do not do anything with the Hutch facility. Because if I recall right, when I toured it, I wasn't with this committee when I toured it, but it was within the last year. They were talking about the cell sizes not meeting, the standard square foot and HVAC out of compliance. So if we do nothing, do we remain out of compliance or do we become out of compliance? And what are the consequences if we do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to answer that question, there's a good chance or possibility that we could end up in a lawsuit regarding conditions of confinement. Much of the building that occurred in the early 90s when El Dorado and Ellsworth Larned were constructed were the result of a lawsuit regarding conditions of confinement, particular to Hutch, when we were housing residents in 5-man cells that were designed for 3. So that's what led to a lot of the expansion that occurred, and also led to some of the purchasing of some of these buildings, if you will, that were not designed for as correctional institutions, but are continuing to be used today for correctional purposes. In the short term, what we'll have is, again, we have roughly $8 million a year for rehab and repair projects. For 2027, we've identified $15 million worth of projects, priority projects. We know we're not going to be able to do them all, but they're identified by the wardens, the Secretary of Corrections, and Mr. Skidmore as priorities that we have to do in order to keep these buildings up into functional conditions. With Hutchinson being as old as it is and the need in there, they'll continue to receive more of that limited pot of funds available to try and just keep this structure, this facility up and running up until the point where we're able to finally replace it. In the short term, if we are in a situation where we're not able to house population there, then we are having to look at, not just county beds, but contracting out of state to house residents if we're not able to utilize some of that space there. Or if we go down the renovation route and have to vacate cell houses in order to get those back up to standard.
Mr. Lewis.
I just want to make sure I'm right about this. If you do build a new facility, it would not actually be on the same site as the old. It would be in Hutchinson on land that's adjacent to it, but it wouldn't be on the site of the old facility. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It would be on land that's currently owned by the Department of Corrections near the site of the current facility, but the existing facility would remain in place while constructing the new facility and then transition the population upon completion. And there's no plans at this point on what we would do with the old facility at this point once we moved into the new one.
That's fine. I had a follow-up, but he answered it. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, I've got a few then. Whether we repair, replace, et cetera, first off, have we got firm estimates of what it would cost to do all repairs? In other words, we've seen the plumbing, we've seen the electrical, we've seen different things. From what I can tell, it appears the building structure itself is fairly solid. Do we tear that down and replace it, or do we spend the money and fix it up?
So I believe that's where the facilities conditions assessment comes into play. So that was, again, about $80 million over 10 years that they recommended just to address the known deficiencies with the current facility. And again, that was in 2021, so there are probably some changes that since that study was done. And again, but that does not address the lack of air conditioning, does not address cell size, nor does it address any ADA issues with that.
Okay. Could the cells, I've seen them cells, could they be combined to put 2 into 1 type thing, and like opening a wall between them?
I might defer to Mrs. Skidmore on that one.
Sure.
That's something we can look at. I don't know how the structure part of that would work out, so we'd have to have a structural engineer look at it and determine if it was even possible to do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because I was quite intrigued when we were out there touring and talked to, excuse me, several of the inmates that were in them smaller cells. Overwhelmingly, their comment was, we like them because we're in it by ourselves at night. We know we're safe. Versus a bigger cell where you've got 2, 3, 4, 5 different individuals all sharing there, and you don't know what's going to happen during the middle of the night. So it caught my attention when not 1 or 2, but several were making those comments. So just something to keep in mind. I would, go ahead if you've got more comments, or,
No, sir.
okay. Senator Francisco asked that we defer any decision or motions on this at this point, and I would, one moment, please. We're going to defer it until we get a little more information. I was just told that copies are being made to bring up and distribute, but rather than just let us sit here. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I probably should have asked this before. I know we had discussion about the possibility of the nursery, and so I'm interested if that is part of the 5-year capital improvement plan. They might be able to let me know if it is or not.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't see it listed in our, I believe where we're at with that is they're still in the committees discussing on how it's gonna move forward with the actual, how long they'll keep the baby and stuff like that. I don't think they've ever had the final decision, but I do know we are looking at space that we can remodel for that purpose to be able to do it and make it a safe environment for the mom and the kid, so.
I appreciate that, and perhaps we could see it included in the improvement plan next year.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to both of you guys, it's been a particular area of interest for a lot of people in my district. So I think to the extent that we could expedite the planning process, and because I recall, I think articles about a year ago in the Capitol Journal, and it sounds like maybe we're mostly in the same place as far as the planning and execution goes. So if we could expedite that and get it going, I'd really appreciate it. And I know a lot of people in Topeka would, and the moms. Thank you.
Further comments, questions? Okay. We're going to move on to the next one, but when we get the information passed out to us, we can always circle back unless, no, that's not it. So, all righty. With that, I appreciate Keith Bradshaw and the other individual here for coming up and testifying. You're welcome to stick around, but we'll get back to it in a little bit here. Okay. With that, is Kansas Historical Society, Patrick Zollner. Welcome to the committee, sir.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you this morning. My name is Patrick Zollner, the Executive Director of the Kansas Historical Society, and this year we're celebrating our 150th anniversary. We were created in 1875, and after about a year, we were housed in this building until 1914. Today, we own 57 buildings, 5 monuments, 6 structures, and are responsible for around 600 acres of land. Every year we receive $375,000 from the State General Fund in emergency repair monies, and we greatly appreciate that. However, for 27, we're requesting this be increased to $625,000, primarily due to a greatly increased cost of building materials and contractors' labor cost. I submitted a slideshow. Do we know if we have it? Okay, sure. So I just have some pretty pictures. For the current year, we moved up from fiscal year 28, the Shawnee Indian Mission West Building restoration. The West Building was built in 1839. It's the second oldest building in Kansas. We applied for and received a $412,000 500 Save America's Treasure grant from the National Park Service. We're pretty pleased for that. We'd tried previously and not gotten one. We tried for a sprint grant, and so. Well, let's go ahead. So there it is. That's the West Building as it looks like today. And kind of just for some background, if you want to go to the next slide, that's our oldest known photo. Notice the front looks pretty much like it did. We do have one of the changes to fix is we'll notice there's a door on the second story going out to that platform. Next slide, please. Here's what it looked like in 1874, an illustrated drawing. The east building where the museum is currently, as you can see that in the background. And you can see it looks pretty much like that. Next slide. The state acquired the site in 1927. It is the Shawnee Indian Mission was the first and only time the state acquired a property under eminent domain for historic preservation purposes. One of the property owners did not want to sell, and it was appealed all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and upheld. So we went to a lot of trouble for this site. You can see here by the time in 1928, 28, that a Victorian era porch had been placed on the property. And you can see the door still up there. Next slide, please. Then this is a 1977 photo, but at some point we picked up a colonial revival porch, probably the effect of the colonial Williamsburg era. Next slide. And just picture of the back wing. Next slide. So we're going back. We'd replace the front, but so this project, what it basically will do is basically white box it, get everything ready to occupy. We've had meetings. We want to reinterpret this. We're wanting to tell different stories of the various tribes that were at the school. So this is just some shots of the interior where you see underneath that stairwell when it was used, because it was never open as a museum. It was basically our site administrator lived there until the mid-90s, I believe. So there was a bathroom there that we removed. Next slide. This is the first floor, the east wing. Next slide. And that's a picture of the east wing from 1940, so pretty much the same. We're just fixing it back. Next slide. The west wing on the first floor. Notice we have lost some plaster ceilings and in the stairwell, so that will be replaced. Next slide. This is upstairs in the room in the west wing leading back into the L shape. So pretty much that gives you a shot of the interior. I think, do I have another slide for west? Nope. All right, so what we have, so that is $412,500. The Park Service grant is a 50-50 match reimbursement. Now we operate that site in partnership with the City of Fairway since 2016. The City of Fairway, we've since got a three-way partnership. There's a Shawnee Indian Mission Foundation. They have about $85,000 on hand to match. So we were requesting in 27 that the state provide $206,250 to go toward that, basically 1/4 of the project cost. So then that would leave another $120,750 to be raised privately in 27. So that's why it shows up in 2 years in your testimony. We can start spending this year because we already have private funds. That'll be architectural plans and engineering, most likely this current year, FY26. So next slide, FY27. Again, I mentioned we would like to increase our emergency repair fund, but also we have our mobile shelving repair that you heard about last year. I think we've lost the slideshow. Interesting, we've had several questions about that, and you hear about shelving, and we go to Home Depot, and it doesn't seem like it should cost as much as it does. What are we, $341,000? But what we're looking at here, this was installed in 1995 when the Center for Historical Research was added onto our facility. It's the size of a basketball court, and it has over 50 miles of shelving, and that allowed us to almost double our storage capacity. Can't quite double it because you have to leave one aisle open, but basically it's mobile shelving. And it also was a rationale to have all the most likely pulled objects for our patrons' needs in one place. The thing is, it was a proprietary system and the electronics and the motors are failing. So if you'll go back a slide, you'll see a picture of that mobile shelving. I guess there it is. So we should have got somebody standing at the very far end. You can see how big it is. Now, a year or so ago, we told you about, we have similar shelving in our archaeology storage. That was able to be successfully converted to manual because it was much smaller. This cannot. So basically where you see the green buttons, those panels, everything inside that and the motors all has to be gutted and retrofitted. Again, proprietary system. So next slide. Printer Place. This is, we also talked about this last year. This is a two-story brick home overlooking the Kansas River. It was Moses Grenner operated ferry there, built in 1857, oldest house in Wyandotte County. It became a state historic site in 1968, over a couple of years, and it opened. What we're looking at here, next slide, is the parking lot. It has gradually, I guess it was 2 years ago, we tried to check on getting it just resurfaced, and it had deteriorated beyond repair. So it's where you can't really patch a pothole with asphalt, but it's not degraded enough to grade either. So I think I've got another couple of photos. Next slide. This is toward the end of it. You can see what's happening. Next slide. And that's the space. That's why we're asking for it, not trying to absorb it under emergency repairs. It's $200,000 to get all of that area redone. So next slide. This is just a heads up really for it's the current year or in 27, what we're working on is the first of a multi-year project to eventually restore this. This was the site of an 1858 massacre of 11 people were captured, 11 Free Staters, 5 killed, 5 seriously injured, 1 survived. And it was really the kind of the last and the most bloody event of the Bleeding Kansas era. So next slide. It's been a state historic site since, well, it became state property in 41 and the society took control in 63. That's just an illustration because after that massacre, John Brown, the one out here on Tragic Prelude, built a fort on the very side of this to protect against the pro-slavery ruffians coming across. Next slide. His friend, John Hadsell, built this house, our date says 1862, it's a little murky, right next to where that log fort was. So the ravine where the massacre happened is on the same property. I believe we have 62 acres, just kind of in the background of that photo. So in, next slide. That picture was taken in 1911, I believe. So in 1941, Governor Payne Ratner, he addressed the commemoration of the massacre here. This would have been when it was owned by the VFW, who donated it to the state then, and then it became state property in 41. Next slide. Ahead. So it was fixed up for a while and operated as part of a board, just kind of a local park. Next slide. And this just goes to show you that vandalism is nothing new. This is 1959. It was in bad shape. In fact, I found a study where it looked like what to do with it to either take it down or restore it. Next slide. Well, the Historical Society was one more. It's still looking bad, right? So anyway, this was what happened. This is a current slide from this past winter. A site administrator lived there from 63 to the mid-90s. And then it was basically mothballed. Well, it doesn't work real good. Our long-term plan is to restore and reopen the first floor with museum exhibits. This first initial phase is basically getting utilities hooked back up. So we have a $150,000 estimate for the to hook up the water, and that's the Water Authority grant that we will be applying for. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, committee? necessarily seeing any. First thing that comes to mind, like you showed us several of the structures here. Do we have any numbers as far as how many annual visitors they get? I mean, we're pumping X amount of dollars into it. Is it a
We do. I
tourist?
do not have that. We prepare an annual report each year, and we present it to our foundation board at their November 7th meeting, but I do have those. The numbers haven't been great. Meridocene, as a drive-through site, we don't have any good ways of numbers. For a while, we had a trail camera up, and we got great visitation there between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. We, overall, though, I believe, say, Shawnee Indian Mission might have been 5,000 to 6,000. I can look at that up. I have the current ones, but it's in the sites have not as much attendance as here or our museum. Those will be the leaders. Then it's usually Fort Hays. I believe they had 6,700 this past year. Constitution Hall of Compton, Shawnee Indian Mission, those three, and those are year-round sites, are open year-round, have led that. But I can get you a copy of all of our.
Be nice to see. And then on the last one you showed us, you made a comment, 150,000 to get water?
Connect the water to it. It was, everything was disconnected when it was abandoned, and that's been just difficult to see if the line is good. It did have a well, and then it was connected to rural water. It's just finding the pits, all of that. That's.
I'm just a little miffed there. My son is in the process of building a brand new house out in the country, and it's not 150,000 for a well with water.
Well, if we can get it cheaper, we most certainly will. That was to reconnect with rural water. And this is about 200 yards from the Missouri border. It's a trading post vicinity, but it is in the middle of nowhere.
Other questions? Mr. Osley?
Thank you, and thank you, Patrick. Just back to the Shawnee Indian Mission. So the ask from the state out of SGF is a quarter of the cost to get the west building
Ready to go.
ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, and then the
ADA
Shawnee,
compliant as well, at least for the first floor.
because it already has an elevator.
It does not, and this would just be, because we have two different levels, both first and second floor, both on two different levels, it will enable first floor ADA access.
Okay, and are the other two buildings ADA access?
Just the east building.
Just the east. But then the Shawnee Indian Mission Foundation would privately raise the other 25% to get the 50% total. for
Correct, and
SGF.
in coordination with our own foundation as well. We will work together on that.
And then the plan is just to open that up for museum purposes and utilize it as the other two buildings currently. Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Further questions? Not seeing any. Do we have a motion on Kansas Historical Society? Mr. Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go ahead and make a motion to recommend the 5-year capital plan for the Historical Society.
Do I have a second? Senator Francisco will second. All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you for presenting to us. Let's circle back around with Department of Corrections if we could. Now we've got a relatively thick capital improvements plan that was handed to us. If anybody wants to come up and just kind of jump through it with us real quick, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead.
Chair, again, Keith Bradshaw, Executive Director of Contracts and Finance. As you mentioned, this is a rather thick document. The major construction projects we already discussed. The front part of it is all of our rehab and repair projects for each of our 9 correctional facilities over the 5-year projection report period. Again, these are mostly projects, chiller replacements and upgrades, shower renovations, those type of projects, just really addressing some of the identified deficiencies within the facilities as the structures start to wear out, systems wear out, they need to be replaced and upgraded. Locking systems is another example of things that just need to be replaced over time as they wear out, control panels and so forth. So I didn't know if there's anything in particular that the committee might be interested in that we can go into a little bit further detail on, or if the committee just want to have a little time to look through this first before we got into it.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Clues, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So over the 5 years, so that's $1,059,000,000. Am I reading that right?
So for the adult facilities,
Yeah, for the overall, for the budget.
don't have a grand total here, but as far as rehab and repair projects go for the adult facilities, and this does include the current fiscal year, so that'd be year 6, if you will, and prior expenditures, about $177 million. That should be on, I don't see a page number here, but the second to last of the landscaped sheet here. And then for the juvenile facility, we have about close to $3.7 million in rehab and repair projects. For new construction and renovations, we are looking at a neighborhood of about $1 billion over the 2 fiscal years of 2027 and 2028.
So that would be about $1 billion.
It's in new construction and renovations.
And then for FY '27, that SGF funds of 18, so those would be for the 3 projects in Topeka area, it looks like. But excluding, obviously, the build-out of the 200 beds.
Correct. So the priority projects from SGF, those are just the projects we identified in this fiscal year that we would use that $4 million for. We did not split that out for out years, so it would be part of the rest of the rehab and repair budget for that. But the $4 million there does not include the additional 2 cell houses that we spoke to earlier. That would be under the major capital projects, S4, about $44.4 million for that.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
I just want to say I appreciate having the executive summary about the work that was done to review the facility condition on those buildings. That's helpful as part of this presentation.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Mr. Clues.
Maybe a comment first. It seems like it's still coming up, the amount of what it would take for Hutch to fix things up, the improvements, get everything. And that was projected at about 85 million. Am I following that right?
It was estimated at $80 million in 2021 just for the immediate needs. That's not looking at the more long-term issues that are identified by CGL. And again, that's just the visual inspection of what they see that's wrong. Was not exploratory, so we don't know what's behind those walls. That would have to be addressed as that work goes on. And then it also does not address cell size, which we know is below current standards, ADA, or the air conditioning, which is increasingly becoming an issue of litigation for many states and counties.
Give us just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at the overall $1 billion, and that would be with a recommendation to approve the 711 bonding for the Hutchinson facility. There's still a little bit of heartburn in the circles of recommending the whole package at this point. Am I following that right?
You absolutely are.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, the 711 that's on the landscaped form here, that is for all three campuses in one bond issue. Again, if we split that up into three phases and focus on central unit only first, that'd be $452.5 million bond issue for that particular unit.
If I may, on this document you handed us, the department intends to seek approval from the governor and legislature during the 26th legislative session for bonding authority to rebuild Hutchison Correctional Facility Central Unit. Debt service payments will be a 20-year bond estimated at $34.5 million annually. That's roughly $700 million in my math.
I can get you the debt service schedule as proposed by KDFA, but that was for the $452 million bond issue just for Central.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the motion would be to recommend everything outside of the complete rebuild of the Hutchison facility, $711 million that I'm understanding that we have here for the 5-year capital plan for Department of Corrections here. So that would be the motion.
So the motion is everything with the exception of rebuilding Hutch facility at this time.
Correct.
That's the motion. Mr. Lewis?
Just a question. So they're also telling us that the immediate needs for Hutchinson, if we don't go forward with the rebuild, are something like 80 million. So how does that fall into your motion?
Well, the 80 million is if we dump money into remodeling.
Right. And I'm just saying, is the motion saying that we're going to include that, or it just takes all the issues pertaining to Hutchinson off the table for the moment?
Right, for the moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll second it.
I think we're back and forth on do we remodel, do we rebuild, and we need a little more information on that at this point. So
Is there a plan to revisit the reconstruction versus remodeling?
in the motion, I have not heard it in the motion. But
Okay. I mean, I guess as a committee before we consider the motion.
you want to include it in the motion? Or just leave it as is? To revisit. Not until regular session. Yes. So you're going to leave it out. It's being left out at this point in time. We will revisit it during regular session when we come back in January, though.
I think my concern would be, are we funding then any of the immediate needs? And they're talking about the 45 million. It's not the 80 million includes future needs, but are we looking at any additional funding as we continue to say we're going to limp along in terms of the facility?
Good question. Mr. Clues?
Well, limp along for 45 million, and then if we spend another 700 million, I mean, we've been down there, we've looked through, and it is a lot to digest. In the best world, it would seem like having a whole new facility for the long run would be great, but I just don't think we're quite there yet.
That's
what I'm getting on feedback, so.
okay. Mr. Osley.
Thank you. Is there a bill regarding the rebuild of the Hutch facility? Is anybody aware?
You mean a bill that would provide for it?
Right. I mean, because it sounds to me like we need hearings on this. We need a little bit further discussion, because if I'm listening to the conversation here correctly, you know, the rehab versus rebuild, I think if you look at the current structure, rehabilitation's not going to address near what we need to address in the short-coming years. You know, they're talking about the need for additional beds, and even under these preliminary suggestions, I don't even want to call them plans, it would only address the population growth until 2030. And again, it doesn't deal with the square footage of the cell size, which is inadequate by today's standards, the HVAC, which is inadequate by today's standards. The 85 million that's listed in here would just bring it up, you know, to good shape for what it is, you know, and none of it's grandfathered in for practical purposes of, you know, housing, you know, residents at the facility. So I don't know if you want to put that in your motion, that, you know, just have the legislature take a closer look at it. I'm not sure which committee it would go to, but I think it needs a thorough discussion in and of itself, because
I know last time when we were looking at rebuilding part of Lansing, there was a building committee specifically set up to address that, and they got into a whole bunch more details than what we've got available right now.
I think that's in order, you know, with this situation. So my 2 cents. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, so this isn't going to answer the problem of thorough review, but the Jennings Committee in November will be having some presentation on the Hutchinson facility and the needs there. So we'll at least continue the discussion in that committee.
For further discussion, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are, though, approving capital improvement projects for 2 medium custody, 200-bed housing units in Winfield, and then another 200 beds in Topeka.
Yes.
So we're, in approving this, and your motion does allow for that expansion.
Yes, everything but Hutchison at this point. And Mr. Chairman, just adding into the conversation, I just think there's still a lot of things we need to work through. I mean, personally, spending 85 million and then having to lap around in a few years to go build something that's going to be adequate, it's just going to, in my opinion, be harder to get through.
Right.
I mean, I'm just one of so many, so.
And I'm in total agreement with you on that. So there's so much more information we need and questions I've got before I could sit here and say, yeah, I would recommend this. So.
Yeah, so I think I'm good with the motion.
You're good with the motion. We do have it seconded, so it has not changed. That's what I was wanting to verify. So, okay. Any further questions? Okay. Committee, you have heard the motion. It was seconded by Representative Lewis. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I don't know if I got a majority on either one of them. Just for the record, all in favor, please raise your hand so we can have a formal count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It is a unanimous then. All right. let the records reflect. So, all right. Thank you very much for the discussion. Let's move this thing along. Next up, we've got the Kansas State School of the Deaf, John Martello. Thank you. Welcome to the committee, sir. We'll move it ahead.
All right. I'm John Martello. I represent the School for the Deaf and also the School for the Blind, and I'll speak to the School for the Deaf first. You have in front of you the FY26, and then on the second page, FY27 budget review and request. You also have the 5-year capital DA 418 in front of you. If it's okay with the chair and the committee, I would start with 26. Okay, in FY26, what we're currently doing is we have safety security systems, HVAC systems, and general maintenance as part of our base budget. And you see it's for $3,285,819. And then we were also appropriated major upgrade projects for $710,000. And that consisted of hazardous material abatement, which is completed, gas service upgrade project, which is underway, utility tunnel repairs, which was completed, and then roof and drainage replacement, which will be underway. And that's what constitutes the $710,000, which is the total appropriation of just under $4 million in FY26.
That was pretty simple. All right.
Try to keep it concise.
There you go. Any questions so far, committee? Not seeing any. If you want to continue on.
All right. In FY27, and on the sheet that is the spreadsheet there, you'll see I have it highlighted in yellow to help follow along. And that is also made up of the same 3 base components of how we maintain the campus. Safety security systems, HVAC systems, and general rehab and repair. You'll note that the safety security systems will ask for an additional $39,736, and that constitutes the beginning of phasing upgrades to our camera systems and also some network improvements. Also, there's a footnote in my narrative I have that you'll notice a reduction in FY 28 and 29 going out, and HVAC systems. And so I'm asking for $1,224,250, but that will then be less in the coming years. And that is the reason that committee has given us money, both campuses, for HVAC improvements for the last several years. And our methodical approach to this is now starting to show dividends to where I don't need to put so much money in HVAC. We have new systems. And so the savings will start to be in the out years. So if you look at the spreadsheet on here from the yellow and going right, FY 28, 29, such, you'll see significant savings in HVAC. General rehab and repair is also less than what we asked for the previous year. And that is because we no longer have to replace windows and other things. We now have modern buildings in regards to their envelope of efficiencies, and so there's some savings there, and I'm passing them on. So that means that my base request will be $2,664,240 for those 3 main categories. But I do have major upgrade projects that I would like to be approved for, and they consist of $3 million in total, and I do have a breakdown of what those would be. The major upgrade project enhancements would be the demolition of a powerhouse structure. With all the HVAC upgrades I've been doing these last almost a decade, I no longer have to have a centralized steam boiler system. And all the hassles and expense and risk that comes with those old systems. With that, I no longer have a single point of failure. So if I lose my boiler, I lose my heat. In February, that's a bad thing for a school, any place actually. And also, it gives me an opportunity to then recapture that property and put more parking on campus and realign our entrance to Santa Fe and Kansas City Road. In addition, I would like to not have that building sitting vacant because it's an industrial building, and a vacant industrial building only wreaks havoc and increases costs just to have it stored. So I'd prefer to have it less if possible. On the elementary roof project, and that's going to be most of my projects going out in the future, will be roofs. I've been sort of deferring those in the last several years, trying to go ahead and have them increase. And so you will see that my roof projects will be $600,000 for the elementary portion of the Emory building, and then also the atrium is another $600,000 for about $1,200. And this will actually coincide with FY28 for another $300,000 because I'm trying to do the work all the way in the summer months. We try not to do any work on the schools when it's going to be around students. So we do everything in the month of June, July, and August if possible. And that is my enhancement request for $3 million for the School for the Deaf. I stand for questions.
Thank you, sir. Committee, do we have any questions? Mr. Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question came up with the other agency. For the architect and engineering fees, 1.244, so that's about 30% of the $4,259,000. Can you talk about that a little bit? And who do they use? What's the process in that?
Sure.
That typical, that's, like I said, 30%.
That's a historic formula, and so it's strictly that, and it's used for estimating. The amount of engineering and architecture depends on the structure, so sometimes I just need a civil engineer, sometimes I need a mechanical engineer, sometimes I need a specialty engineer. I never really know until we get into these buildings, so the percentage is just for historical purposes, how we came up with it. The way we get our architects and engineers is that we go to OFPM and go on call, and we solicit them to bid, and then whoever bids, we select them. I have 2 engineer and 3 architect services that I use, and then with that, we have them bid their concepts and their services to see which of those 3 architects or which of the 2 engineers we would then use for a given project. So they have to bid within the on-call mechanism that I already have for both schools.
So follow up. So based on that, then that's that's the challenge of having something that's more concise, even.
We will get into a structure and find out all of a sudden we have some structural problems we didn't know we had, or we find we have asbestos in areas we didn't know. We've done a really good job of trying to figure all that out and get abated and all, but it's the unknown, and it's better to be budgeted to have the funds to have the project go forward, and then not versus having the project just stall because you don't have the funds. And then we have to wait a year and come back a year asking for additional funds. And then if I have savings, I pass them on, which is what you'll see here in these reports where I say we're asking for less money next year. I do pass them on.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Senator Francisco.
So the HVAC work is to allow for decommissioning of the boiler. Do you have a date for that at this time?
This fiscal year in the deaf school, next fiscal year in the blind school. But we're so close. It's been a decade in pursuit. Why the savings are able to be passed on in the out years now.
Further questions? Mr. Osley.
Thank you. Is there a celebration fund within that demolition
No, I'm actually going to foot that myself. I'm going to be so happy. No, there's no funding in here for that, but there will be a celebration for me.
I'm happy for you. The ending is in sight.
Yes, and a little bit aside on that, we had old buildings that some of them never even had air conditioning from the day they were built. And so now I have a gymnasium, for instance, that we can now have summer school events in. We couldn't do that any time before. So we're now a modern school in every shape, way, and form.
Good. Senator Francisco.
So these funds are all the SIBF, the State Institutional Building Funds. So is there enough in that fund to allow for the extra 3 million this year? And that's probably a question more that we need to talk with staff than the presenter. So are those level? Would we have an extra 3 million?
The answer is yes, they are SIBF funds. And the other question, is there funding and available for it? My understanding from the Division of Budget is that there is. But I defer to you guys. Right, I try to pay as I go. I don't like to do bonding or funding for future. I try to do everything within what we can afford, which is also why you'll see out years, the requests are going down.
Very good. Further questions? All right. Why don't we have you go ahead and go into the School for the Blind, if I could, please.
Okay. So the beauty of working at both schools is their synergy and efficiencies in that when I work on one system, I can work on the second at the other campus, and those energies and focus then translate into the other, and it works out really well. You will see same format, same setup for the blind school, and it's safety security systems, HVAC systems in general, rehab and repair for FY26. 2.5 million approximately. Of the major upgrades was 450,000, and that consisted of hazardous material abatement and gas service upgrades, very similar to the deaf school. And hazardous material abatement is completed or will be soon, and the gas service upgrade we're currently planning with an engineer, civil and mechanical, in regards to that service. That's 450,000. There are no supplemental requests for this fiscal year FY26.
Very good.
As a chair, I'll go to 27.
Yeah, is there any questions on 26? Not seeing any, let's go to 27.
Okay. FY27, there is safety security systems, HVAC systems, general repair, and rehab. And those are, again, the three main areas. There is an additional $43,863 being asked for in the safety systems. And again, that is starting the phasing replacement of our camera system. It'll be a multi-year thing, so we will just do a few each year and just continue to replace those that are starting to fail or show their inability to do their functions, and some network improvements that would go along with that. Our campuses do have campus-wide surveillance on them. HVAC systems, there will be a slight modification to our air handler that we're needing to have done, but just short of that, you will notice reductions in FY28, 29, 30, and you'll see 583,000 approximately less in the out years moving forward. And same methodology as I explained at the deaf school. And then general rehab and repair. Got a few enhancements to an elevator. We have some issues with elevators, and we just have to make some changes. And some 96,000 is what's being requested addition for that. Those make up my base of maintaining the campus of $2,799,665. I do have a major upgrade project enhancement that I would wish to have the committee entertain, and that would be for $718,750. That consists of our Edlin dining room roof. Again, I'll be in the future coming for roofs because they are now ending their lifespan. This roof structure is 30 years old, and it is starting to leak. And we are patching it, but at some point, you're going to have so many fingers in a dike, and we are trying to get appropriations so we can get these two structures that are linked re-roofed. $718,750. There are no other requests.
Very good. Discussion? Senator Francisco.
Thank you for this, and thank you for all the work you've done over the years on these buildings. So I think I appreciate the fact that we're putting in some additional requests for the School for the Deaf in 27, and then for the School for the Blind in 28. That does help a little bit balance the budget. So what is the proposal on major capital projects for 2028?
For the
School for the Blind.
School for the Blind. So on the very, very last page, it is priority number 4.
Oh, okay, of this.
And I do have them all the way up to 2031. And as I said, roofs, you'll see the word roof always start after, and it's just the various buildings. And I go with the roof that's giving me the most problems first, and it's also end of life, and then I go on down the list.
Okay.
Some of them I want to get ahead of them before they leak, but right now I'm going after the ones that are.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Appreciate it.
Committee, let's go ahead and back up now to the Kansas State School for the Deaf. That was the first one we heard. Do I have a motion for School of the Deaf? Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to recommend the 5-year capital plan for the school.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Osley. Committee, you've heard the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Second motion is for the Kansas State School for the Blind. Do I have a motion? Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion to recommend the 5-year capital plan for the school for the blind.
And seconded by Representative Osley. There we go. You've heard the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Now, next up, we've already heard the Department of Wildlife and Parks. One moment, please.
Veteran Services. I do think it was good to wait until we had, and then people have more time to sort of go over things for.
Okay, we'll move on to the Office of Veteran Affairs. Is it General Turner? Okay, all right. You're kind of hiding behind some people there. I couldn't quite see you, so.
Trying to, yes, sir.
Welcome to the committee.
So thank you very much, and thank you for having the opportunity to speak with you all this morning regarding some of our capital improvement projects here. For those that may be not or less familiar with our organization, our projects focus in really primarily three separate areas. It's the 2 veterans homes. There's a Kansas Soldiers Home that's out at Fort Dodge, the Kansas Veterans Home at Winfield. Each hover somewhere between 88 to about 105 to 107 residents at any given time. It is a mix of long-term care, assisted living, and domiciliary care at each of those homes that exist there. And then there's the cemeteries program, which there's 4 cemeteries in our state, 4 state veteran cemeteries, one in Waukene, Dodge, Winfield, and then up at the Fort Riley, Manhattan Cemetery that exists out there adjacent to the airport. So those 4 cemeteries as well require, a degree of upkeep and maintenance, as well as there are certain projects that are being done there to both expand on and enable greater capacity to do interments in the future, as well as some projects that just help with the enhancement of the operations there at those facilities. But primarily our projects are focused in the life safety realm, if you will. And so these are items that are meant to primarily to help benefit the residents at the homes and the veterans that will be interred and for their families as well. And then there's one last project that I will touch on here is the Northeast Kansas Veterans Home that we're looking at building right now in the Topeka area. And it's designed right now and planned to be built on the grounds right adjacent to the Cole Murray O'Neill VA Healthcare Center here in Topeka. It's a 72-bed facility. It has 2 neighborhoods, if you will, that branch off of a central common area where the administration operations take place, and then those break into 4 separate households, each of 18-bed facility each. And I'll get into that a little bit more in detail in terms of where we're at with that and what's going on. But first, I wanted to I'll touch on the projects, some of the major projects that are going on in 26 and 27, each of the various homes and the cemeteries. First of all, if you will, I'm basically referring to your top 2 pages here in the book, and there's some greater detail that exists in the back of the books that talk about some of the descriptions and the regulations and statute that govern what we're doing. But I'm just going to touch on these 2 pages that you can see. At the top here is the Kansas Veterans Home. At the bottom is the Soldiers Home. And this last page that you see at the top of this one is a little blurb here on the Northeast Kansas Veterans Home. And then at the bottom is the cemeteries program. So as we look at FY26 for the Kansas Veterans Home, I just want to talk about, there's a couple of projects in there that are fairly major projects that are related to, the major one there is still a carry forward from last year is the electrical infrastructure upgrade that you can see there for about almost $1.5 million. And this is to upgrade the cabling, the switches, some of the capacity that's been there. It's been there for well over 20, 25 years now. And this is upgrading it to be able to handle with greater capacity the newer equipment that they're using, and really the expansion of their operations from what that facility was originally designed for as a state hospital. So we're taking advantage of this opportunity now to be able to upgrade that electrical infrastructure to better really facilitate those operations. So these are dollars that we had and have been carried forward in order to be able to do this project moving into 26. The other projects that you see there noted, the primary is the steam line repair, the Timmerman to Holly Hall, the Holly Power Plant. And this is really about having the capacity to be able to offer the heating that's needed and at the facilities there for the residents. Again, these are projects, in this case, it's a little over 40 years old, the piping there that's carrying the steam there from the power plant back into the facility. The other major projects there you can see are the 100-ton chiller. There's a new chiller there, again, using for HVAC systems to go into one of the resident areas. This is the third of 3 chillers that we've installed here over the last 3 or 4 years. We incrementally were doing these over the last few years, and this is the third and final chiller that will be installed there. And all of these are moving forward and getting ready to go out for bid. At this time, we're just finishing up the specifications and scope with our A&E teams to finalize those. And then you'll see a couple other projects there that are related to an exterior door at Timmerman Hall, and then a series of doors, exterior doors that go into other resident areas there around the facility. And we're reassessing those to see if there's a possibility that we could reduce some of those doors that we go into, but initially it was designed to go replace all of the doors there at that place there, where we're seeing deterioration of the frames of the doors, and it's causing really a lack of efficiency, and it leads to issues there with being able to regulate the temperatures in the spaces where these residents and family members are living. Moving into 27, you see there's a major renovation project that's scheduled there with the kitchen. So this kitchen has been there, the original design of the kitchen there since 1966, when this was first built as a state hospital. Up until about 1.5 years ago, or almost 2 years ago now, we worked with the corrections facility there in Winfield, and we had folks that were residents of the correctional facility that came over and augmented our cooks and our ability to prepare meals for our residents. And that stopped here about a little over 2 years, just under 2 years ago, excuse me. So now we're moving forward now with a project that will allow us to update the kitchen equipment in there and all those facilities to be able to better care for the residents there. We just finished a like project out at Dodge when I first assumed the responsibilities here in the agency back in 2021. So this is kind of next in line as we went through the process of taking on the added responsibilities of having the various food service folks to work there, and now to upgrade that kitchen. If we move down to the bottom there in the soldiers' home, we have a number of challenges that we've been dealing with at the soldiers' home in terms of primarily being able to attract the bids and the construction labor that we need to be able to go out and do some of the projects out there. So with some of the growth that we're seeing, like out in the Dodge area, Garden City area, and the competing demands for some of the facilities and the material and the labor, some of our projects probably don't compete as well in some cases, quite honestly, as some of the larger scale projects that are taking place out there. But we continue to do that. In some cases, what we have done is we have merged some of the projects that had existed from previous years. So we've carried forward the funding, and we've been responsible about accounting for those dollars and funding to make sure we had that. But in some cases where we've combined, like the Halsey Hall roof that you see there in the makeup air unit, were combined together to help attract bidders and also be a more efficient operation there, as they kind of put those, are kind of hand in glove to install the roof, which is near complete now, and the makeup air unit is expected by the end of October. And then likewise, we're doing something similar with the bariatric room and the shower facilities that we're trying to upgrade and install at the Halsey Hall. So Halsey Hall, I think, was originally was constructed back in the early 70s. And again, this is just upgrading. We've upgraded the bathing facilities out at Winfield, and now this is enabling us to put 2 rooms each on the second and third floor. Our second floor there is largely a dementia wing, the third floor being our long-term care, each occupied by about 25 to 30 residents on each floor. And this allows them to have kind of an upgraded, up-to-date area where we can take them in to do their bathing and cleaning up these folks, so to better take care of them. It also includes, like I said, the bariatric room there that will be done on the third floor. And for those that may not be familiar, this is going to be a full room that's designed with the hoist assemblies and whatnot in the roofs to be able to better care for some of our bariatric patients that are coming into place there. But these are all moving forward. These are some projects that have been held over, again, due to some of these bid challenges that we had, and we're moving forward with those now. The one that does kind of stick out there is the generator that you will see, number 3. That again is a 25-year-old generator that's the primary generator there in the facility at Halsey. We do have a backup generator that is designed to kind of work the bare minimum primary backup systems for the facility in the event of inclement weather that may knock out power. But this primary generator is something that's really needed attention. We are having more frequent breakdowns of it now, and the repair parts are not as readily available now with the newer systems. So what we are working out now with OFPM is to finalize the scope for that piece and to order it. But right now, as you probably are familiar with from other projects that you've observed, are long lead times in getting that generator. So we're probably looking at about a 12 to 15 month lead time to get that generator in place right now. So we'll continue to work with that there as well. With each of these projects, we do have the opportunity, we're a learning organization, and what we've kind of learned from going through the process of this new Northeast Kansas Veterans Home and seeking a grant with the federal government and the state Veterans Home Construction Grant Program from the VA, is we have an opportunity to get some of these other projects that are life safety concerns that we can try to seek federal dollars, if you will, which require 35% commitment from the state and then 65% from the federal government. And we have 3 projects that we have submitted right now for next year's, which will ultimately be the FY27 list. We've been working with the VA and been able to kind of gain their approval that these in fact do qualify. They meet their criteria and would be eligible. And it's the pharmacy expansion at the Soldiers Home that you'll see there for 27, which is a, excuse me, it may be 26, I apologize. It is 26, the pharmacy expansion number 7. That's about a 425-foot expansion of our pharmacy operations out there. That it's basically removing a wall between where the existing one is and then being able to expand it out to really more safely and efficiently be able to run those operations out there with the various pill packs and the systems they use there to service those residents. So that one, the 100-ton chiller replacement at the Veterans Home is also inclusive in that package for requesting that grant, and the exterior door replacement down at the Veterans Home as well, that Timmerman Hall. So all in all, it's about $616,000 worth of projects, of which the VA would be committed to $400,000 approximately. And then the state would continue to pay the $215,000. So what this means is it would garner a savings to the state of approximately $400,000 that could be then basically would be lapsed back to use for other purposes as needed. It's these grants are reimbursable grants whereby we would perform the work, use the money, and then we get reimbursed from the VA if approved. And we wouldn't expect to hear back on these until probably sometime in the spring of 27 would be when we would expect to hear on that list. The cemeteries program, we have one major program there. We have a 100% grant, if you will, from the National Cemetery Administration that is funding the Winfield expansion program down there that you'll see. That's the one major project I really wanted to hit on there. It's number 6 on the bottom there, the Winfield concrete liners and the garden expansion. So as we're nearing, the full capacity of the existing gardens, what this is it's opening up another garden that was already designed and planned there to be able to insert the concrete liners and to be able to prepare in-ground cremation remains as well as casket burials. And the idea being is that this grant allows us to increase our capacity out to the next 10 years based on what we are seeing right now in terms of the number of interments that we are doing annually. That is our most busy cemetery for interments, and so it is much needed. And based on the plan that we have right now, we don't expect any interruption to services right now. We do have enough casket space and in-ground so that we will not interrupt veterans' desires to be interred there. So that is the good news story. That is moving forward, and the dollars pending the shutdown right now, which should be obligated or scheduled to be obligated on 1 October for this program. And I've been told that from the National Cemetery Administration, been in touch with them in the last week that is committed to and not a problem. The other major ones there are a couple of the cemetery committal shelters to place, it's a family-style bathroom, basically, out at the committal shelter. So our committal shelters are probably about 250 meters away from the main office area where they are, and so as services are conducted out at these sites that are somewhat remote from where these facilities are, A couple of our places already have a bathroom out there. This is a chance for us to be able to put a bathroom out there in place to better facilitate the needs of those who are attending these ceremonies. So it does help in that regard. And then the last piece is the Northeast Kansas Veterans Home. So that's kind of the one that folks tend to be most interested in. The total cost of this project is in the neighborhood a little over $49 million. The state committed or appropriated $17.2 million to us here a couple of years ago. And of that, we have spent approximately $3.5 million through our A&E partners to finish the design, the surveys, the plans are all completely done right now at this point. We have 100% design that is complete, and it's essentially on the shelf right now awaiting funds to be appropriated from the federal government, from the VA at this point. We're awaiting, it's approximately $32 million, I think it's like $31.8 million that would round out that project from the federal government. We are on their top priority list, which what they have guaranteed to us is that we will be reimbursed at that point by the federal government when the dollars are available. But we're number 79 out of 80 right now on that list. The last 7 on the list are all new builds. And so you kind of see where that goes. The ones that are higher priority above us are life, safety, or even bed replacements, where they have taken down old facilities and beds and they are replacing those beds at another place. So that's where we sit right now. The projects add up to a little over $1.25 billion. And right now in the budget, in the federal budget, they've only allocated about $170 to $180 million to those projects, which may touch the top 5 to 7 projects in some shape or form right now. So that's the kind of the dilemma that we're in right now as far as trying to gain dollars to finish those projects. Pending any questions, that's kind of a quick overview of our projects and where we're at with the Kansas Office of Veteran Services. Thank you.
No, very, very good interview, and I appreciate you coming in to us. Committee questions? Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the page right past the cemeteries.
Yes, sir.
With the budget there. The current year 26, so the 1481, that's the federal funds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the other million over that 5-year span is from SGF, 1 million. Is that being reimbursed, or is that just come out direct then?
Sir, it's a reimbursable grant. So we would have to we have the dollars here, and then we pay and we get invoiced, and then the state will then take that money back.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was looking at 26. Yeah, so is the SGF is apart from the 1.481?
Yes,
right?
sir. So the cemeteries become a little bit of they're a combination of some of the projects there. And I apologize, I don't have it at the top of my head here, but a couple of those projects are SIBF and a couple are SGF. We are primarily in the past have been operating off of just SGF dollars for those programs, but here of late we've gotten a couple that have been SIBF funded.
So the million over the 5-year span from SGF, that just comes straight out of SGF. That's not reimbursed. You were just saying the 1.481 is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Okay. We were just. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? Senator Francisco.
Not so much a question, but I would note that you may be getting better bids from architects and engineers than some of the other people we've talked to earlier today.
We hope, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
They look more in line in terms of per percentage based on the project than some others we've seen, and so that's appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
On that, if I could, and you may not have the answer, but on the fees and stuff, are you just taking an estimate, here's what we think it is, or do you actually have
So we have
some
on-call architect engineer team that'll help us to
Okay.
craft an estimate. I mean, it's still a very much a draft. It's,
Right,
but they
right.
do offer those services.
But you're getting pretty
assist us with that.
educated numbers then. Okay. All right. Further questions? Do I have a motion? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we accept the report on the 5-year capital improvement plan from the Kansas Office of Veteran Services.
You heard the motion. Do I have a second? Senator Clues, second. All right. Committee, you heard the motion and the seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir. Next up, looks like we've got Merle with the Highway Patrol. Now, Merle, we're not in a big full-blown budget committee, okay? I see that stack of papers there.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know what you mean when you say you're not in a full-blown, everything's a full-blown budget committee, right? Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, I'll go ahead and get started.
Might say who you are.
Yep. My name is Merle Riedel. I'm Chief of Staff for the Kansas Highway Patrol. Also joining me here today is Sherry Mackey, our Deputy Secretary for Business Operations, and Captain LaRoe, Commander for Troop I, which has oversight of our enforcement operations and scale houses. And I'm fairly certain the Colonel will be here momentarily. He was involved in another meeting, but I think he was going to try to be here for this. We're here today to review our 5-year capital improvement plan. I want to thank the committee for coming to Salina last week to see our assets located in Salina. We really appreciated you taking the opportunity to tour those facilities. Sometimes they're difficult to describe, and it's invaluable for us, for members, to see what those facilities look like and just where they're geographically located. So the agency's 5-year capital improvement plan is organized into 6 categories. And you'll see the testimony generally aligns with that 5-year capital improvement plan. Those 6 categories are training academy major projects, training academy maintenance and repairs, so lesser projects, troop facility major projects, and troop facility maintenance and repair, scale house and scale repair and replacement, and new construction. So major projects include those expenditures above $50,000. And for brevity in this written testimony, we kind of lump major projects and maintenance or routine projects together. So KHP has various levels of occupancy in over 100 facilities across Kansas, with 12 of them being agency owned and the remaining sites either leased through other private organizations, state agencies, or shared with other state agencies. So this testimony describes many of the projects in the 5-year capital improvement plan, but we also provide updates on events that have occurred since that plan was submitted in July. So we've continued to have communication with designers, with other partners, and as we go through this, I'll provide you some of those updates that wouldn't necessarily be reflected in the 5-year capital improvement plan. So looking for 2026 capital improvement overview, and I'm referencing our testimony document. About midway down that page, the FY 2026 capital improvement overview. The legislature approved expenditures totaling $26.8 million for capital improvements in FY 2026. This plan proposes projects totaling $27.7 million in FY 2026. So significant projects in FY 26 include construction of a central dispatch facility in West Salina, initial expenditures for relocation of the KHP General Headquarters in Topeka, and urgent repairs to the KHP Training Academy in Salina. So moving down to KHP Training Academy major projects. So these are those projects above 50,000. KHP Training Academy, which includes a cafeteria, dormitory, gymnasium, all located on a former college campus in Salina. That facility is used for trooper recruit training, KHP in-service classes, and training among outside agencies. Major projects in FY 2026 include replacement of deteriorating concrete caps covering utility tunnels and the replacement of collapsed exterior stairs. These improvements were recommended in a 2020 engineering study, and they were estimated at $1.1 million. In the 2025 legislature approved an enhancement of $500,000 for this project, which really only covers a portion of the work. Given the nature of the urgency to this project, we plan to reallocate other capital improvement funds. So we have some existing funds that we're able to reallocate and dedicate to that project. The adverse effect of that is we have to reprioritize some of those other projects that funding would have supported. Moving on to page 2, you'll see troop facilities, projects, and maintenance and repair. So these are all the other troop facilities across the state. Troop facilities include leased and owned structures at various KHP locations across the state. Major projects in 2026 include an expenditure of $476,000 from existing funds for the balance of work associated with the replacement of the deteriorating concrete caps over the utility tunnels at the KHP Training Academy. Other major projects include security upgrades at Troop F in Wichita and security upgrades at Troop T, B, N, and the Fleet facility here in Topeka. And also other projects include reconfiguration of the joint Troop B and N facility on Highway 24 in Topeka. That reconfiguration provides more secure evidence storage and segregated confidential office space for investigative work. Moving down to the scale house scale repair and replacement at $266,000. So the agency's motor carrier inspection program provides inspections at 8 weigh stations in Kansas to reduce usage of oversized, overweight, or unsafe vehicles on roads and highways. An agreement between the Federal Highway Administration requires that scales at these weigh stations remain operational and meet certain metrics for inspection. For FY 2026, the agency allocates $230,000 for contingency scale equipment replacement in the event of a catastrophic failure and $36,000 for routine scale maintenance. So we typically budget an amount like that for each year. Should a scale fail sometimes during the year, they are costly to replace, or should they require maintenance? In late FY 2025, we experienced that circumstance at the Belleville Way Station when one of the scale facilities, or the structure holding the scale platform, was corroded and began to fail. So we had to shut down that scale operation, use a temporary or mobile scale operation to supplement that. And so that would be an example of these instances happen in which some of the scales fail catastrophically in an unpredicted manner. So you'll see that's sort of a routine. That amount of $266,000 for scale house replacement is kind of a routine cost. You'll see in FY 2027 we have a larger project we're proposed relating to the scale houses. So we've talked about major projects, routine maintenance. Now we'll get to the new construction. New construction in FY 2026 totals $26 million. Part of that is for the KHP General Headquarters relocation in Topeka, $2 million. Agency requests $2 million for the initial costs in relocating the General Headquarters to the first floor of the Curtis State Office Building in Topeka in FY 2026. Total project cost for KHP is estimated at $4 million, with the balance requested in FY 2027. So currently, we have 106 employees occupying 40,000 square feet of lease space that's spread between two buildings. Part of us are located in the Elks building at 7th and Southwest Jackson, and other offices are located on multiple levels in various configurations in the Jayhawk Tower just across the street at 7th and Jackson. So last year, During the 2025 legislative session, the agency withdrew a budget of request of $48.3 million. We had worked with some consultants to determine what the cost would be of constructing a new headquarters. That amount was $48.3 million. However, we were able to withdraw that request because space became available at the Curtis State Office Building. And that space becomes available largely because the Department of Commerce and the Office of Vital Statistics is vacating that building, moving into the new docking building, which provides space on the first level of a building that is purely state employees and has an adjacent parking facility that is purely state employee parking, which is a better circumstance than we currently have at Southwest Jackson, where the parking is mixed with commercial entities that work in the downtown area. The proposed project would remodel and outfit the space vacated by the Office of Vital Statistics and Department of Commerce. Expenditures for 2026 include design and the initial costs for remodeling. So relocation to the Curtis State Office Building offers many benefits. Just a few: consolidates all of our general headquarters operations in one area, maximizing efficiency, allows for unique law enforcement space such as interview rooms, weapons storage with appropriate security measures, and staging and training space. The project provides an adjacent parking facility that is a fenced or a gated parking facility that could be used for law enforcement vehicles rather than sometimes or often parking them street side where they were vulnerable. And also important to the agency is it enhances public access with appropriate security measures. The current building we are at, the general public's really unaware that we're in that building, and we would like to see that change. We would like an ability to engage with the public and engage with policymakers on a more routine basis, but using the appropriate security measures. So you'll see some images there. The top image, that is the general headquarters at 7th and Southwest Jackson. That is both buildings. That's where we are currently located. And you'll see that often law enforcement vehicles have to line up street side parking there, which is not great. We will have the opportunity to move to the Curtis State Office Building, which you'll see an image of, which is the building that is just right out here. Moving on to the next item under new construction is a new dispatch facility in Salina, and this is part of the Salina campus reconfiguration efforts. This is $24 million. The 2025 legislature appropriated $24 million, all from American Rescue Act Plan Fund interest, to construct a new central dispatch facility on KDOT property in West Salina in FY 2026. Those dispatching services are currently conducted in the basement of a building on the former Marymount campus in Salina, and those facilities were constructed in 1922 to 1971. I would just note that amount of $24 million, a lot of that is related to the equipment that will go inside that building. A dispatch center is a highly technical facility, so there is a significant cost that will be associated with non-construction expenses, such as the technology that will go in that building. So just want to provide an update, some new information from July, from when this was submitted in July. So following a bid process, PGAV or PJAV Architects of Westward, Kansas was selected in September 2025 as the architect for this project. That organization or that design firm previously was involved in projects such as the Docking State Office Building, to include designing the Capitol Police Office inside that building. They were also involved in the KBI Forensics Center and the Johnson County Emergency Communications Center. So KHP is currently collaborating with the Office of Facilities and Property Management at the Department of Administration, who are much more knowledgeable on these large capital projects. We're working with them and the selected architect on the initial design phase for this project. Moving on to page 4, we'll talk about our capital improvements from FY 2027 for the next 4 years into FY 2031. So the plan proposes projects totaling $313 million from that 2027 to 2031. Significant projects include construction of a new Troop C headquarters and Troop S facility adjacent to the central dispatch facility on KDOT property in West Salina. That includes the remaining includes relocating the KHP Training Academy in Salina and full replacement of one scale house facility annually beginning in FY 2027. Moving down on page 4 on the KHP Training Academy major projects and maintenance, we are proposing to suspend major projects and maintenance on that facility, and that is largely due to potential relocation of that facility. So until we have a further grasp of how that might play out, we are really sort of suspending expenditures on maintaining that facility because we may be vacating it. Troop facilities major projects, 22,000 for FY 27 to 2031. And that includes the application of bullet-resistant film on windows at Troop E headquarters in Garden City and upgrades to the Troop A firing range near the Olathe Scale House for FY 2027. Moving on to Scale House Scale Repair and Replacement, 25.1 million. So projects here, total 25.1 million from 27 to 2031. This primarily relates to the full replacement of one scale house facility annually, beginning with the South Olathe Station in FY 2027. Way stations in Kansas suffer from chronic underinvestment. Many of them are almost in the identical, many of them date from the construction of the interstate system in 1956, 1957. Some of them we've acquired more recently. All of them the Highway Patrol acquired when that program was transferred from the Department of Revenue to the Kansas Highway Patrol. So they suffer from chronic underinvestment. They have maintenance problems, limited truck parking on site, and inadequate heating, cooling, and ventilation. These issues create safety concerns for drivers and inspectors when dealing with large moving motor vehicles, often hauling dangerous chemicals. A 2008 review recommended replacement of all 8 motor carrier inspection stations, including scale houses, to comply with federal requirements. However, previously, there's not really been funding available for that. So in June 2025, KDOT approved the design for full modernization of the South Olathe Scale House. So we can think of that as sort of the template in which we would want to apply to the other scale houses, sort of a package of modernization. And that's at a cost of $4.7 million. That plan was endorsed by KDOT. And they endorsed a plan utilizing state highway funds to modernize one scale house facility per year for the next 8 years. Because the scale houses are ultimately an element of the highway system. And the ground at which they stand is actually owned by KDOT, which is a common scenario in which there's a KHP facility co-located on KDOT property. Way station modernization includes replacing the existing scale house, constructing a new inspection building with suitable ventilation, and making general site improvements. And we did work with a design firm to come up with some of those plans and cost estimates. And you can see one of the renderings of that scale house facility is included in the package there. So these would be much more modern facilities with all the appropriate ventilation and safety measures required for individuals that are working around heavy commercial vehicles hauling questionable items. I shouldn't say questioning, hauling a variety of chemicals and other items. Some of that may be questionable, but and then other expenditures in that include that annual allocation for contingency scale replacement. So now moving on to new construction for FY 27 and beyond. That includes the Kansas Highway Patrol General Headquarters relocation. So for 2027, we're asking for $2 million to complete that relocation. So just as a reminder, the construction of a new headquarters was $48.3 million. We're achieving that here with a new headquarters facility at $4 million. So $2 million in FY 2026, $2 million in FY 27. For 27, that project includes the final stages of remodeling, lease transition expenses, and the purchase and installation of furniture, fixture, and equipment. And I just want to note, for the Highway Patrol, furniture is a bit of a challenge because we have troopers that are often that carry full pistol belts, have radios, have a variety of equipment that they have to keep on their person at all times. So we just need to make sure we are able to utilize furniture that's appropriate to accommodate that. Otherwise, they end up either damaging the furniture or the furniture damages their equipment. After the general headquarters, we have the KHP Air Support Unit hangar, $65,000. The 2025 legislature appropriated $650,000 annually beginning in FY 2027 for lease payments to a third party for development of an aircraft hangar for the Air Support Unit's Central Region base at the Jabbar Airport in Wichita. So that base is currently located at Cook Airfield. It's been there since 2023. That was always intended to be a temporary location. So last year, the legislature supported this request. Although we initially requested a $7.3 million in one-time expenditure, the legislature approved funding for an annual lease. So a little bit of update to that project. After surveying private hangar developers in Wichita, KHP initiated discussions with the Sedgwick County government proposing construction of a joint hangar facility housing both KHP law enforcement aircraft and Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office detainee transport aircraft. And pursuant to those preliminary discussions, that Sedgwick County government would construct that facility, so they would be the developer in this scenario, and KHP would make annual lease payments to the Sedgwick County government. So these are preliminary discussions. We really hope, we are very encouraged by these discussions. We are much more comfortable working with a government entity rather than searching for a private developer. Airport facilities in Wichita are at a premium, and developers are aware of that. Moving down to Troop C headquarters and Troop S facilities, also part of the Salina campus reconfiguration. We're requesting $26.8 million to relocate the Troop C headquarters from the former Marymount College campus in East Salina and the Troop S facility, which is at the Salina Airport. We're asking to move those to KDOT property in West Salina. So this project would place those two troop facilities adjacent to the dispatch center, which was approved by the legislature last year. So for us, this stands to realize the benefits of simultaneous construction rather than staggering those construction projects over multiple years. And so we talked a little bit about this last year, but over the year, the Highway Patrol's presence in Salina has really evolved to include multiple locations. Most of our items are located on the former Marymount campus in East Salina, but we have assets located at the Salina Airport. We have assets located on KDOT property in West Salina, and we have a firing range even in northwest Saline County. So the legislature directed in 2024 to do an assessment of our assets in Salina with consideration towards reconfiguration. That assessment was completed. It recommended relocating off that Marymount campus, moving assets to West Salina. We did look at that assessment, provide some estimates for modernization. So the cost for modernizing the Troop C and Troop S headquarters, Troop C headquarters and Troop S facilities at their current location, rather than relocating to a new facility, is estimated at $12.2 million, and that would require temporary relocation during modernization. So I don't want to imply that estimate is modernization, so it's not reconstruction, so it's not as though they would tear down those buildings and build new structures. It is essentially patching the buildings that exist so that they would be functional. So even at a cost of $12.2 million, you would still effectively have a facility that's in a poor location and maybe sort of right back where we're at within a next 25 years. An update to that project: on September 2025, KBI and KHP agreed to explore a partnership that would add a KBI regional office to the proposed Troop C headquarters facility to accommodate 10 field agents that currently have no permanent office in Salina. So that adjustment would include office space, evidence processing room, and interview room at a cost of $2 million for that KBI regional office. So that would make the revised total project cost $28.8 million rather than $26.8 million. And just to clarify, that facility would be owned by the Highway Patrol, and we would lease those offices to the KBI. So it's not as though KBI would own an element of the building. That makes it sometimes needlessly complicated. So this is we would provide office space for a KBI regional office in that facility. Moving down, and you'll see some of the images there. I just want to explain that image. The sort of the top image there is a picture of the former Marymount campus. This is where the Kansas Highway Patrol, the majority of our assets, are currently located. You can see on that site that includes the KHP Training Academy, maintenance building. That includes a former dormitory that now is the Troop C headquarters, and in the basement is where the central dispatch is located. for the time being, that dispatch will be moving out of that basement. On the other side of the campus, you have the dormitory and the gym. So that's how we're sort of currently arrayed. If you look at the map below it, that's a picture of the larger Salina area. You'll see that former Marymount College site is up in the top right-hand corner. On that site, you'll also see the KDOT property. That is where we propose to locate the central dispatch facility, the Troop C headquarters, and the Troop S facilities. And this is also the property in which a KBI regional office would be included as part of that facility. So moving down to the KHP Training Academy relocation. So this is a large component of what's currently on the Marymount campus. So based on the needs assessment recommendation, the agency proposes to relocate the KHP Training Academy facilities from the former Marymount College campus in East Salina to a new campus in West Salina at a cost of $258.5 million for FY 2028. That amount is estimated for a standalone facility that includes classrooms, auditoriums, offices, cafeterias, dormitories, gymnasiums, parking, and includes the purchase of land. So that was part of the estimate that was provided as part of that 2024 assessment. That assessment also determined the cost for just modernizing that training academy facility at its current location on the Marymount campus, rather than relocating to a new facility, would be $96 million. And that also would require temporary relocation during modernization. So want to provide what we feel is a very positive update. So to maximize state resources, KHP recently partnered with Kansas State University in Salina, or KSU Salina, in planning for construction of a new KHP Academy on existing university property in West Salina. I would just refer you back to that image of the greater Salina area. You'll see K-State Salina is located in the lower left corner of that. Sits along the edge of the Salina Municipal Airport. That is also where the Kansas National Guard facility is located, and it's in proximity to that KDOT site in which our dispatch center will be going. So back to the KSU partnership. That partnership affords dual use opportunities for auditoriums, cafeteria, dormitories, and gymnasiums, which stands to reduce total project costs. For KHP, the partnership provides accreditation potential for trooper trainees and access to a recruiting audience. For KSU Salina, the partnerships adds students to the campus and creates opportunities for enhanced public safety course offerings in the areas such as aviation and drone training. So in September 2025, KHP and KSU Salina engaged an on-call architect firm to provide designs and cost estimates for integrating that KHP Training Academy on the KSU property. So we feel like that's a very positive direction, both shared goals with KSU Salina. We're essentially proposing our KHP Training Academy, which at its core is an educational institution that requires classrooms, auditoriums, dormitories, cafeteria. We're proposing to merge that with Kansas State University. I don't want to say merge. We're proposing to co-locate it on KSU Salina's campus because it is an educational facility that requires classrooms, dormitories, dining facilities, and gymnasium, many shared opportunities there. So, Mr. Chairman, that completes my quick overview of our 5-year capital improvement plan. I want to thank the committee for a couple of things. I want to thank the committee for helping the agency secure funding for our dispatch center last year. It was a really critical element for us. Our dispatch center was in a tough stage, and it was a difficult place for those employees. So they are very excited about the ability of locating to a new dispatch center. We think it provides a lot of capabilities for the agency. We want to thank the committee for helping us secure $650,000 for a Wichita aircraft hangar. We feel like that's going in a positive direction. And again, express our appreciation for touring our facilities in Salina last week. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Merle. It's always good to see you. So, committee questions. Start with Senator Clues.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That was very concise, put together. I feel like you covered it all well. So after being there.
Like you're about to ask me a question, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And thank you for hearing us and some of the thoughts that we shared. I know that I shared with you and others. So it was a little surprising that the, sorry, I'm trying to find my way here. I lost my page. The modernizing of the current facility. So that's not really making that 12.2 million. That's not really doing any structural changes, is it? It's just updating internal and, am I right on that?
You're largely correct. So it would go deep enough to make improvements to probably the ductwork and the HVAC systems. That would include installing fire suppression systems, which most of those buildings entirely lack fire suppression systems. So it would be adding, and it would include probably asbestos abatement. So for that, Troop C headquarters is in a dormitory. It's got a lot of those issues. So it would resolve, so that would go a little deeper to resolve some of those, but would not be making substantial structural changes. It would still be a multi-level facility with, a multi-level facility. So the answer to your question is it would basically modernize that facility and include some safety and environmental updates.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And when you're talking about suspending some of the projects, would that include the caps?
No, that would not include the cap. So the cap, we hope to we have budgeted to complete that project in FY 2026. So the suspension of projects would begin in FY 2027. Even if that cap project bled over into 2027, it's still a priority to complete that project. But any other projects on the campus that would sort of be routine maintenance or larger projects, we would probably suspend because we're not sure it would be productive to make significant expenditures on improvements of that property. We'll be vacating it soon. But to answer your question, replacing the concrete caps is a priority. That is going to get completed.
So taking the first step then already with the communications, moving it to West Salina, and then I know for myself, being able to walk the campus and see the vision and just certain things that came out to me, the partnership amongst the agencies, law enforcement agencies, and then the vision with K-State, like you shared here in the handout. It seems like 25 years out, that's where you guys are really going for the growth and what's going to be the best for the agency. Am I?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was really our objective, to look at a couple different things. What is best for the agent? What is best for a law enforcement agency? Our current facility, its location in the city is not optimal. And then we thought about what is best for state government. So what are the other partnerships that we can render from other state agencies? And that reconfiguration moves most of our assets to West Salina in proximity to 3 other state agencies, to Kansas State University, to KDOT, and to the Kansas National Guard, and arrays a lot of those facilities around the airport. And the airport has its own plans to increase public safety agency presence, whether it's local or federal entities on that airport. So, and so we looked at what's good for our agency. We kind of considered what's best for state government in the span for the next 25 years. And we also tried to look at what is advantageous for the city of Salina. That city for the highway patrol is important. Its central location, it enables training for us. It's also the confluence of a couple different major highway networks, which is important to us. And our presence there is heavy. It is the operational heart for our agency. So we have an objective to make sure that we consider what's best for the city of Salina, and discussions with some of the community members sort of confirmed that this reconfiguration, locating things closer to the airport would be advantageous. But again, so try to look at it at those 3 levels and try to think about this at 25 years and beyond.
Maybe just one more thought. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at withdrawing the 48 million, which brought things down to 4 million for the headquarters. And then originally, I believe it was last session, we had the big study on the 7 possibilities of locations. I think there was like 6 or 7 around Salina that you could have originally done.
Yep, I just want to clarify that assessment that you're talking about related to the, our assets in Salina. That did not relate to the general headquarters. So we were never proposing to move our general headquarters to Salina.
Right, okay. But for the overall picture where you would go in Salina. So and I'm just making reference to that because it seemed like the 258 was a lot cheaper than having to rebuild from scratch, since you're looking at partnership and being on K-State. Am I right on that, correct on that?
So that amount of 258 is what we drew from the study last year. So that is a very high-end estimate. That is envisioned. We didn't know where this might go, where we might locate this at the time. So that number of 258 is proposed if you were to buy land and build on that new land. What we're trying to say here is, if we put this training facility on K-State's campus, right, then we don't have the cost of purchasing land. We prefer to use existing state property. We may be able to use a dormitory space, or we may be able to share the cost of constructing that dormitory space or dining facility with Kansas State University Salina. So we would anticipate that amount of 258 would go down, right? So that's what we are having our designers look at and produce an estimate, and we hope to have that number prior to the beginning of session in January, to have a number in hand. You'll see that we are proposing to do this in FY 2028, so this wouldn't be a request that we would be making to the legislature this year. As it stands, although we are having productive conversations with K-State Salina, and they may be articulating that they have some more urgent needs if we were to build an auditorium that supports both of us, they may have more pressing needs. So we've just got to account for their time schedule as well. So what I'm saying is, we hope to have more firm plans by the beginning of the legislative session. As it stands, this is a request of $258 million in FY 2028. We think that will change.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Senator Clusie, or I'm sorry, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, I'm assuming that the KBI leases space in Salina?
It's my understanding that KBI leases some space for some of those agents at the sheriff's office in Salina. And some of them, I think, do not have assigned space at all. But I think most of them are using space in the Salina Sheriff's Department.
Further questions? Not seeing any. I've got a few I'd like to throw at you. On looking through the numbers in the plan, how much of that is hitting on SGF versus, I'm just going to say other in your case, because there's other revenue streams coming in. So.
Yeah, so for these requests, most of these are sourced. So the general headquarters request that totals $4 million, we would be asking that of state highway fund or special revenue funds, which is our primary source for the highway patrol. The Salina campus reconfiguration of the Salina campus reconfiguration with Troop C and Troop S would be a state general fund request. And the scale house replacement, because that's directly related to the highway system, that would be a state highway fund request. And the training academy would be an SGF request.
Split apart. And you touched on, I was going to ask here, but you think K-State would be willing or capable to help with any of the Salina campus construction items?
So yeah, we are going through that assessment process now, and I'll have a better sense of what kind of resources will be needed and how, and I think we'll better have worked through how we will share that project, or how we will share the burden of that project.
And then there's been some talk, maybe in the future, if this comes to play, that there would possibly be potential for a federal law enforcement training in Salina. That could be a somewhat of an economic impact to us, I would think.
Yep, so that's a kind of an aspiration. We've had some conversations with members of the congressional delegation, and those members have expressed a desire to bring a federal law enforcement training center to Kansas. The exact city for that has not been determined. We feel that some of this reconfiguration that puts these state law enforcement assets around the Salina Airport and the Salina Airport's efforts to reconfigure things and develop things on the west side to include federal defense contractors and more National Guard facilities. We think all of that, in conjunction with a law enforcement training institution on a university campus, we think that makes a very appealing package to draw in a federal law enforcement training facility. And so a federal law enforcement training facility, while not exactly, I would say that is somewhat on the level of NBAF in Manhattan. These are significant facilities that often have large training staff with them. When I say NBAF, not the same sort of scientific elements of it. I'm just referencing the size of the facility and the scope of those that may work there would be equivalent federal facility. So that's very aspirational, and I don't want to imply that that is in the works. We don't have really control of that, but we think this effort would make Salina a very appealing location for that.
And then you wouldn't have, it'd just be a guess, I'm sure, on anyone's part. My hat is off to you guys for selecting the Curtis State building versus, as many others have said, we need this brand new building built. We need to look at how much has that state, will that save the state as you are hitting us for the 5-year plans? I think it really needs to be taken in consideration. So if anything, just a mention, I don't know how to put dollars on that one at that point.
We can definitely think about that. I mean, we think of it as, you know, the $48 million just got reduced to a $4 million, and we can think of other ways. I would just know, you know, we as a state agency, state agencies that move into the Curtis building pay a lease payment as well. But in that scenario, the lease payment goes into a fund that's used to sustain all the other buildings on campus. Currently, when we lease from a commercial entity, that's payment that doesn't get returned back to help support the other buildings. But we can certainly think of ways to maybe articulate what that economic benefit would be.
Yep. Any other questions? Senator Clues.
Thank you. And just so I get this straight then, currently the communication center, that was how much again?
24 million from American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Okay, so that was
interest, yeah.
Right, so that's not SGF. So for 26 and 27, what would SGF requests look like?
So for 26, we would have no SGF requests because the general headquarters is coming out of state highway. We would request that as state highway funds. Dispatch center is already being paid for in 21 million ARPA funds. For 27, we would be asking for SGF of 28, probably, in the end it will probably be, we will make a request of 28.8 million to build a new Troop C headquarters with a KBI regional office. So that we will request as state general fund monies. All of the others will come from either state highway fund or ARPA funding.
So, follow up, is that all right? Then the KBI would be leasing that portion.
So we would include that. We would include that would add $2 million for the construction of space to be used by KBI. Again, we would own that facility and we would lease that space to KBI, which is, we have done this with other facilities at our Troop F headquarters in Keachai, and there's a KHP headquarters. One of those wings is leased to the KBI or was leased to KBI for a regional office.
And we're not sure on a dollar amount on that yet.
What that lease amount would be?
Looks like.
No, I couldn't tell you that. We could probably do some calculation to determine what that annual lease payment that KBI would need to make.
And then ultimately the big request in 28. So we have time. I just was trying to figure this out for the moment.
Yep.
All right, further questions? Do you want to make the motion, or do you want me to, or? 'Cause I'm just saying, I'm looking at the amount of money that has been saved because of the Curtis Building thing too. But with that, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to make a motion to accept, and this is really the other document that you provided us with, the 5-year capital budget plan for the Kansas Highway Patrol as presented.
And is seconded by Senator Clues. So, all right. With that, you've heard the motion, committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Merle, for being here again.
Thank you, committee.
This is really too small to read.
Yeah, I know. One moment, please. Yeah. No, lunch is here. Looks like it's being provided by the 3 big universities, KSU, KU, and WSU. Wichita State, yeah. So we do appreciate the lunch on that. We're going to recess until, what time is it? It's almost noon. We're going to recess until 1 p.m. So with that, feel free to go get some food. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get it started. We're 5 after 1 right now. We are technically 2 people shy of a quorum, but I know one's on his way and one's said he's going to be a little bit late. So let's see if we can get it moving forward. Kansas Board of Regents, we got Chad Bristow here. Welcome to the committee, sir.
Let's see, is that on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, appreciate the opportunity to present our 5-year capital plans this afternoon. Just to do a little bit of taking stock, you should have a 3-ring binder which contains the 5-year capital plans for the Board of Regents as well as all of the universities under one cover. And since the board approves amendments to these planning documents over the budget cycle, these also include the amendments that the board approved at the September meeting. And you'll see those highlighted in a few locations. And then you should also have a packet of 11 by 17 prints. What these show are projects that the universities are highlighting, projects that they've recently completed, have underway, and are working on planning for the future. But these also include all of the small capital projects that the universities complete over the course of a year, or under $1.5 million in construction costs. According to the tradition set by the Division of the Budget for the state universities, the binders include all of the projects over $1.5 million, but the universities do complete well over 100 on average every year of small capital projects. So this together represents all of the work that the universities complete on their campuses in the course of a year. I'd also like to, if I can, pull up the slides. So the 11 by 17 prints, we also have in the form of slides, if that's possible to bring those up. Okay. And so when those are available, they'll highlight just a few aspects of the board's facilities renewal initiative that was started in 2020. And so for the last over 5 years, the board has worked with the state universities to establish what they call the KBOR Facilities Renewal Initiative. And the main issue, and if you could advance that one slide, please. This bar graph highlights, I think everybody has heard, and of course this committee is engaged in with agencies about deferred maintenance, deferred capital renewal and maintenance of public buildings. And for the universities, when your average academic serving mission critical building is over 50 years old on campus, what you'll see is over the decades, the amount of capital renewal and replacement of building systems that you need to take care of compared to what you have funding for kind of falls behind. And this is this is not unique to Kansas, of course. The entire public sector deals with this in more ways than one. But you can see by the time you get out to the 2020s, the estimated deferred renewal and maintenance for the state universities exceeds $1.5 billion. The board's initiative has established over time that the target renewal goal is a state of good repair. So one way we think of this, we have all sorts of calculations and formulas that we can figure out how much renewal a building requires and the estimated cost of that. If you take it back to mint condition, or we always use this analogy of a classic car, you're not going to bring it back to this perfect mint condition, but you are going to bring it back to a state of good repair that the board has defined as functional, structurally sound, code compliant, and safe. So that 1.5 billion represents that status. And so if you don't mind advancing that one slide, please. This slide highlights that the universities have almost 500 what we call mission critical buildings, or academic and research serving buildings. That doesn't include the auxiliary buildings, housing, athletics, student unions, things like of that nature. Those add up to over 1,100 buildings in use. But this core group of buildings of almost 500 buildings is what the KBOR Facilities Renewal Initiative focuses on. So you can see from a graph like this that K-State has, more buildings by quantity of buildings, but the University of Kansas and the Medical Center have a larger mission-critical footprint by square foot area. If you could advance that one slide, please. So the board's initiative has focused on collecting, using, maintaining data in a variety of aspects. Facilities condition assessments highlight the building systems of each building and the age of those buildings, the likely longevity of each of those systems to help discern what the needs are for each building. You can see by this pie chart that a majority of the renewal needs in these mission-critical buildings are for things like heating, ventilation, air conditioning, modernization and replacement, electrical systems, plumbing, fire protection, fire alarm, and as well as interior and exterior needs. Exterior, obviously, roof, windows, tuck pointing of masonry, things like this. So those are the categories of need. And if you could advance that for me, please. So the main policy feature that the board developed over the last few years to address this is what we call the maintenance assessment. And what it has done is to identify the amount of annual reinvestment that's required as a best practice to mitigate the amount of renewal and maintenance that is deferred each year. So you can see on the left-hand side, the matrix there shows that over time, the board requires the state universities to annually invest a percentage working up to 2% in 2028. And this is based on 2% of the replacement value, estimated replacement value of the mission-critical buildings. And the idea here is that a building whose estimated useful life is 50 years depreciates at 2% a year. So you can see the equation that's based on there. And so when you look at the right-hand side, the pie chart, we've had the benefit of the legislature and this committee's partnership over the first 3 funded years of the renewal initiative. And what that's been able to do is combine with the university's use of the Educational Building Fund, a new state source of funding. In those first 3 years, it was 3 annual appropriations. In the go forward, it's the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. You can kind of see how those state funds added to the university funds make up a total funding that the board has required the universities to achieve by 2028. We project $180 million of annual reinvestment each year, starting in that year, to maintain that 2% annual reinvestment each year. What that will do over time is minimize how much work is being deferred each year, and then ultimately turn that bar graph that we saw on the original slide. Right now, it's slowing the acceleration of that. Over time, we can turn that. It took decades to get here, and it will take time to address. So if you could advance that one more slide. So the first 3 funded years, with the addition of that state funding, you can see the progress that's been achieved here. The universities have taken down or plan to take down almost 30 buildings, 30 mission-critical buildings. In doing so, they've avoided or eliminated $108 million in deferred renewal and maintenance needs, and taken offline 680,000 square feet. That's, there's still 21 million, or a little more than 21 million square feet in the mission-critical portfolio. But each of the universities has updated their campus master plans recently. There are still 2 universities that will seek board approval here in the future. But each of those master plans show how they might consolidate campus space and continue to look for opportunities to divest of obsolete or unsuitable facilities. And then finally, the last slide. So we saw in the funding pie chart for the Facilities Renewal Initiative earlier, the Campus Restoration Act, and just wanted to express the thanks for the partnership and the support for the board's initiative in these first few years. This Restoration Act represents that long-term funding that allows the universities to plan more strategically projects over multiple fiscal years. And at the September meeting, the board approved allocation of those funds, utilizing the standard formula that the board has used to allocate the educational building fund to the universities. And so what that represents is an amount that the universities can plan to as they set their capital plans and support their master plans with projects over those next 5 to 6 years. And so with that, I will happy to address any questions or turn it over to Fort Hays.
All right. Committee, any questions? Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you remind us what, on the demolitions, what did we already appropriate and what did we spend there for the current demolitions?
Yes, Vice Chair Clues. So in the first 3 years, FY23, FY24, and 25, there was a total of $25 million allocated. 750,000 of that each year went to Washburn University. And I believe they put that to use to raise four facilities. The rest of that then has been allocated to the universities, and it's all been allocated and or spent on projects that have already been completed.
Further questions? Okay, I've got one. As we look through this, you're including all of the region schools. So as we go through the afternoon, is it just a subset of these same numbers as you have allocated to the schools, or is it something different?
For the Campus Restoration Act?
Well, whatever this killing of trees is on this paper here, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll try to explain that just and put a little more context around it. So these capital plans, and I neglected to turn your attention to the KBOR tab. This KBOR tab with the DA 418A forms highlights that the board is basically a pass-through for funds that are appropriated for the universities.
Okay.
And the Educational Building Fund and the Campus Restoration Act is listed here for the Board of Regents. All of the projects then in this binder are all of the universities for projects that are planned over those next 5 years, utilizing those same funding sources. And then that 11 by 17 packet that you just referenced, that includes the larger projects, a glimpse of, hey, are they complete or are they underway or are they in planning? But it also, you'll see, includes projects that have a lower dollar amount or a total cost of under $1.5 million. So large capital projects and small capital projects are represented in that package.
That helped me understand. All right. Didn't see a hand back there. Okay. So at this point, tell me if I'm wrong, but we're not necessarily approving a budget on this one. We're doing it on each and every school?
Yes, it's university by university has been typical, and it would be an approval of the FY27 capital plan for each university.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here then. With that, then next up, we've got Fort Hays State. Dana Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Dana Cunningham, campus architect and director of facilities planning at Fort Hays State University. I want to thank you for the opportunity to make our presentation again this year. My prepared comments today will be brief, and I'll be working from the single-page handout provided by the board office. This document highlights projects recently completed, those currently underway, and those being considered for future projects. The reverse side includes a few before and after photos of completed projects, and I'll speak to those in a few moments. At this time, we have one recently completed large capital project. This would be the Gross Coliseum HVAC Improvement Project. That project provided for new air conditioning in Gross Coliseum, along with new ductwork and air handling units. Construction work completed in late 2024. The project completed under budget, and the new system is performing well. At present, we have 4 large capital projects in various phases of planning and construction. First is the Forsyth Library renovation. The library is actually was recently renamed to Tebow Library. This is a comprehensive renovation of the existing 105,000 gross square foot facility constructed in 1967. Construction work commenced in May of 2024 and is now well underway. Construction is to be completed by end of December for a winter break move-in. Grand opening is scheduled for March of 2026. Budgeted at $27.7 million, funding is made possible by $19 million federal appropriation through NIST, capital renewal funds, EBF funds, and private gifts. The second project is the new Bickel-Schmidt Athletic Complex. This is a 2-story, 20,000 gross square foot facility located inside the oval of Lewis Field Stadium. It will house the football operation as well as sports medicine for multiple sports. Construction began in June of 2024 and is scheduled to complete by end of 2025, with move-in occurring during winter break. The $11 million project is privately funded with the exception of $2.3 million of spark funding. Our third project is the Stroop Hall addition. This work includes a 30,000 gross square foot 2-story addition to Stroop Hall. This will provide additional labs, classrooms, offices, and support spaces for our growing nursing department. In addition, our allied health department will relocate from Cunningham Hall to the second floor addition. This will allow the 2 departments to collaborate in assimilation labs, which was not previously possible due to their physical separation. This project bid successfully in late May, with construction commencing in early September. Construction work is scheduled for completion by end of 2026, with move-in occurring during winter break. Classes will commence in spring of 2027. The $15 million project is funded through a legislative appropriation. Our fourth project is the Tamanic Hall Air Conditioning Improvement Project. Tamanic Hall opened in 1995 and serves as home to the departments of chemistry, physics, geosciences. It also houses the university's data center. The program provides for replacing the aging 500-ton chiller with a new underground thermal ice storage system and mechanical system, similar to what was recently installed with the Gross Coliseum HVAC improvement project. Again, this system allows us to recharge the thermal ice storage units overnight when campus demand for our wind energy is very low. An aging air conditioning system which serves the data center will also be redesigned and replaced as appropriate for cooling requirements of the modern equipment. The project program statement has been approved by the Kansas Board of Regents. The process to select design engineers is now underway. The $4.42 million project is funded by the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. Looking to the future, we have identified 5 projects that are being contemplated. Our first project calls for the removal and replacement of surface pavement at Gross Coliseum and Cunningham Hall parking lot. The existing asphalt pavement is to be replaced with concrete paving. Documents have previously been completed for that project. We are now waiting for funds to become available to take the project to bid. The second project is Malloy Hall renovation. Malloy Hall was originally constructed in 1966 and has never experienced a comprehensive renovation. This project would provide funding for necessary building systems renewals, acoustic improvements, and updates to various spaces in the building. Our third project provides for the replacement of 30-year-old rooftop units at Cunningham Hall. This new equipment could take advantage of mechanical chiller capacity of the recently installed new equipment, which also serves Gross Coliseum. The fourth project provides for a number of improvements to Beach Hall, otherwise known as Sternberg Museum, which opened in 1999. A priority would be to replace and upgrade various HVAC systems located in both wings of the building. Several of those components date to the original construction in 1984. The fifth and final project provides for the renovation of the Beach Schmidt Performing Arts Center located in Sheridan Hall, which opened in 1991. While much of Sheridan Hall has experienced micro renovations, all the office spaces in the building, the auditorium has seen little attention. Work would include finish upgrades, lighting and sound improvements, as well as HVAC improvements. Additional work in the storage areas at a lower level would also be anticipated. As you can see, future small capital projects continue to include a variety of improvements across the entirety of campus. As you'll note from the list, a lot of investment continues at Cunningham Hall and Gross Coliseum. This 320,000 gross square foot facility is the largest facility on campus and thus represents a large amount of deferred maintenance. In recent years, we have eliminated several $1 million of deferred maintenance, but work there will continue into the future. Tamanic Hall is a 95,000 gross square foot facility, which is now reaching a time of renewal for many of the 30-year-old building systems. Other projects across campus are less obvious to the public, such as tunnel repairs and underground utility improvements. The increased amounts of expenditures for repair and rehabilitation in recent years are making an impact. On the back side of the handout, we've included before and after photos of just 2 or 3 projects more recently completed. Continuation of the Kansas Educational Building Fund, coupled with dollars provided by the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, will allow us to advance these future rehabilitation and repair projects. That would conclude my prepared statement and would stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Committee, any questions? Not seeing any. You covered a bunch, so we're just going to run through the various region schools, and at the end, then we'll do the approvals at that point. That way we can kind of lump a lot of it together. So appreciate your presentation. But hold on. We have one from Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate the before and after pictures from those. So you're reorienting the direction for Albertson Hall. It had been more horizontal and that's kind of interesting because I've seen in other changes to classrooms, they try to get the students closer to the front of the room, and this kind of looks the opposite.
This was a very specific request from the Department of Agriculture, and this was their computer lab, and they wanted to repurpose that lab into this setting, which was basically surrounded by large video monitors around the room. We had different thoughts about arrangements, but they disagreed with us, so we provided what they asked for.
Well, I do see that all the computers have been taken out. So that helps me understand that it's a different use. Thank you.
Looks like tables and chairs at this point. So, okay, any further questions? All right, thank you, sir. Next up, we've got Pittsburgh State, Lindell Heversick. Welcome to the committee, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Lindell Haverstick, and I'm the University Architect and Director of Planning, Design, and Construction at Pittsburgh State University. It is also my honor this afternoon to bring President Thomas Newsom's greetings. He is pleased to be on our campus at this point, and he issues a standing invitation to visit. And we both thank you for the opportunity to review the capital improvement projects taking place on our campus. Whether you are visiting our campus in person or merely looking at the documents that were shared today, a few things might appear to be messy, but we couldn't be happier with the messes at the moment. It's a good mess that's taking place on campus. Thanks to the influx of state, federal, and private funds, campus is changing for the better. We are tackling demolitions and back-of-house or underground projects that have been worries or ticking time bombs on our campus for several years. Few, if any, donors want their names on a tunnel or a steam line or an HVAC system or fire alarm, but these are the things that keep our campus functioning, safe, comfortable, and attractive for our students and their families. These people notice. And addressing these campus needs and combining them with some of the key privately funded projects, they played a role in another year of gains in student enrollment, retention, and transfers. So thank you for your partnership in all of these gains. You have in the packets a copy of our capital improvement requests, the 5-year plan, and a double-sided sheet featuring Pittsburgh State University. At the top of the front side, featured in crimson, are the completed, current, and future large capital investment projects related to the 5-year plan. And below those projects, featured in gold, are the small capital improvement projects under $1.5 million. And then the backside features an active snapshot of merely a few of those projects, primarily the large capital projects and additional demolition projects. And all of these projects are on our approximately 400-acre contiguous campus, with the exception of our downtown presence, which is a few blocks north on Broadway. So if you'll leave the charts and turn to the back, we can look at some of the impactful projects that are depicted. And on the base sheet, the base layer that you see, it's a snapshot of the master plan that PSU shared with KBOR in May. And then the images in the red or the crimson boxes, they depict a bit of the impact the Demolition Campus Renewal Act and educational building funds have had on campus. So boxed in at the top is how our Shirk and Shirk Annex complex looked over the past 5 months. The state's demolition funds allowed PSU to abate and raise the 53,000 square foot 1950s and 1960s residential complex that had become underutilized office spaces with considerable deferred maintenance. The demolition completed over the summer, and new sod was in place in time to welcome students back to the adjacent residence halls. In addition, PSU's radio station, displaced from the demolition, was able to begin broadcasting from its new home in the Bicknell Family Center for the Arts, where a project captured space to house the station while also expanding the functionality of an art gallery and exhibit space. Moving down to the right, behind the scenes and without a dramatic photo, we continue to complete replacements or upgrades of our campus HVAC, fire alarm, elevator, and roof systems. Of the recently completed small capital projects listed in the charts, over $2.5 million of the $3.8 million of projects were HVAC, fire alarm, or roof systems projects. The small projects currently underway or planned for the future also focus predominantly on HVAC, fire alarm, roof systems, and elevator projects. In the current quest to attract, retain, and graduate students, our functioning and climate-controlled facilities are often as important as our student success projects. At the bottom of the sheet, also boxed in crimson, but what we really think is a top project is the effort to replace our failing 100-year-old brick tunnels and compromised utility lines. It is here that the Campus Restoration Act funding really made an incredible difference. It allowed us not only to take the base bid, but all the alternates at a construction cost just over $7 million. Without this funding, we would have been piecemealing a project over several years, and we would have continued to deal with periodic emergency repairs. And just to emphasize the impact that this project has, please note that the tunnel system delivers steam from our physical plant to 21 buildings on campus. This steam is used to heat those buildings in the winter, and in some instances provide conditioning in the summer. Also heat domestic water and power cooking equipment in our dining facilities. Some buildings also receive domestic cold or hot water circulating through these tunnels. A study completed in 2020 assessed conditions, validated concerns, and provided data for prioritizing projects. The original 1913 brick tunnels were well past their service life. And the completed work you see boxed in those photos, it's part of an 18-month construction project that will replace all of the failing brick tunnels. The project team of engineers, contractors, and staff on campus have gone above and beyond to minimize disruptions that a project of this magnitude can have on an occupied campus. The current inconveniences will yield enormous benefits and allow the 21 buildings serviced by the tunnels to operate safely and reliably for another 100 years of student, faculty, staff, and constituent use. We are figuratively and literally full steam ahead with this project. The golden circles you see scattered across the master plan are primarily the large capital projects either underway or planned for the future, and the majority are thanks to private, non-state dollars. It is important to note how many of these private, non-state dollar projects help to chip away at deferred maintenance by either replacing a failed facility or tackling maintenance items as part of an expansion or renovation. We will start at the top left corner with the prime example of our new Kels College of Business being built downtown. The new 55,271 square foot facility is being funded by grants and private dollars, and it will complete the summer of 2026. It replaces the existing 62,699 square foot Kels Center, the lowest F condition grade rating on our KBOR inventory, which is also home to high-demand majors and new programs offered by our College of Business. Given the success of bringing students into an old facility more ancient than many of their own high schools, think of the recruitment tool that this modern facility will be for our campus. Once the new Kels College of Business opens, we can demolish the old facility and remove a large backlog of deferred maintenance of this 1950s high school building. And we plan to do the same with a similar vintage facility, also with a failing grade of F and a failing utilization rate. And that's our old Student Health Center that's shown on the image just below the old Kels Center. Moving further across campus to the right, we arrive at Heckert Wells and Yates Halls, home of our core science programs housed in a series of 1960s and 1980s labs. And some of the lab tables in those facilities date back even further to the condemned and long ago raised Carney Hall. The science programs housed here support a host of related majors and certifications across campus, including nursing, health, materials, and forensics programs. With a mix of state, grant, and private funding, we plan to pursue a program that KBOR approved this June to redesign and upgrade these crucial science facilities as a STEM ecosystem. This project will right-size a mix of modern teaching and learning spaces, expand a shared single-story atrium to connect all levels of the two adjacent facilities, and provide ADA access to all levels. In addition, the project will address deferred maintenance items such as windows, doors, sprinklers, and roofs. Continuing the trek across campus via our hike-bike trail takes us to the new outdoor track, a privately funded facility for an amazing track and field program and our student athletes. The facility replaces an outdoor track in need of hundreds of thousands of dollars of maintenance, but it was also locked into a footprint no longer sufficient for modern competitions. Upon completion of the new track this coming spring, the track will host campus, regional, and national events, benefiting not only our campus, but also the city, the state, and the wider region. Moving along that same trail takes us to the Crossland Technology Center, home of the Crossland College of Technology. A facility to accommodate diesel and heavy equipment growth has appeared in previous capital plans during the last 2 decades. And now additional hybrid and electric vehicle growth is propelling Pittsburgh State University to grow a national model for the central role public universities play in maintaining critical infrastructure. Adaptive laboratory bays of the new facility will provide students access to hands-on training for diesel engines, hybrid vehicles, power generators, and automotive components of varying scales. While they train to develop, build, and maintain this complex machinery, students will also be collaborating with a wide variety of manufacturers and industrial leaders in preparation for the next steps of their careers. The result is a new hub of innovation for economic and workforce development in Southeast Kansas, supported by industry advisors. KBOR approved the program this fall, and the project will be pursued through a mix of private and grant funding. Grants and private funds are also allowing the expansion of the Tyler Center for a prove-out facility to serve PSU's National Institute for Materials Advancement. The facility benefits our academic programs, but also research and industry. We should have a guaranteed maximum price for a project this week or next, and we look forward to a potential groundbreaking next month. Beyond providing much-needed high bay and research space, the project is allowing us to include some deferred and preventative maintenance items in the original mission critical building that is now entering its third decade of use. A neighbor to this project will be the KBI's Regional Crime Center, a benefit to the city, county, state, and PSU. The project celebrated a ceremonial groundbreaking last month, and when complete, will house the KBI and its partners, as well as university police. Spaces for academic labs are also reserved for future development. KBOR approved this unique opportunity for the KBI to lease university land for its crucial facility. Finally, an additional partner, a partner building in this research park shared by the city and the university is Eagle Pitcher. Footings are being poured this month. Access to the adjacent prove-out facility's academic labs, programs, and a new high bay space are part of the reason Eagle Pitcher is bringing its facility and jobs to the region. So we do feel we are moving at full steam ahead. We have a great mess of great projects in the works. We are continuing to see gains in enrollment, retention, and graduation, and we continue to be thankful for your partnership. I am happy to address any questions you may have about our capital improvement projects.
Very good. Appreciate your testimony. Committee, any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. You mentioned that the new College of Business is going to be downtown.
Yes.
How close is that to the Block 22 project, or?
It is 1 block away.
Good for some of those students then staying downtown?
Yes, and it's close, actually closer to the core campus than Block 22. It's between the two. And you may recall we mentioned the Best Hotel project last year, where there are apartments for students, and a number of those are reserved for business majors.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. How many students, both graduate and undergraduates, are there at Pittsburgh at this point?
I will double check the news release that went out to make sure that I'm not making up numbers. So total enrollment is 5,803, and last year's was 5,774.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Wichita State. Emily Patterson. Welcome to the committee.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emily Patterson. I'm the Executive Director of Facilities Planning at Wichita State University. Thank you for the opportunity to present our plans to you today and answer questions you may have. I, like the other groups, have the 11 by 17 handouts with the plan, as well as some photos of projects. So if you can reference that throughout here. We completed the first phases of 2 multi-year large capital projects over the past year. Phase 1A for the University Stadium project, you can see on the left side of the page here, was completed in May 2025 in time for the Kansas State High School Track and Field Championship. This first phase provided a much-needed update of the athlete and spectator amenities on the east side of the facility with new restroom and concession pavilion. Phase 1A also included seating for 5,800 spectators, new LED field lighting, and improved access to pedestrian connectivity to the west side. Phase 1B is ongoing currently and is anticipated to be complete later this year. Phase 1B includes a widened field to accommodate a full-size soccer playing field, a 9-lane track, an improved jumping events area, as well as accessible spectator connection inside the fence, which is going to be a huge improvement for spectators going from event to event next year. Phase 2 of the University Stadium project is in the future plans and includes improvements on the west side of the facility. This future phase is in design and is anticipated to move forward following the 2027 state track meet. Phase 1A for the Wilkins Stadium expansion project was completed in summer 2025, and that's in the upper left of the handout. This phase created an indoor practice facility for Shocker softball with a full-size softball infield that could be subdivided with netting into multiple batting cages. The future Phase 1B project consists of a team operations facility for softball with coaching offices, locker room, team room, and hype room leading directly onto the recently remodeled dugout. In addition to the 2 ongoing multi-phased athletics projects, WSU had 4 other large capital projects underway this past year. Construction is nearing completion on the NIAR Hub for Advanced Manufacturing Research. The project is partially funded by an EDA grant awarded to the South Kansas Coalition. The building is a 2-story, 165,000 square foot facility with a first floor of 30 feet in height to accommodate equipment for multiple advanced manufacturing research labs in advanced fiber placement, advanced machining, additive manufacturing, and smart manufacturing. The second floor will house office space for current and future NIAR programs. The project is anticipated to be complete later this year. Construction is also underway on Phase 1 of the Wichita Biomedical Campus. This project, located in downtown Wichita, is a joint project and joint capital improvement request for the University of Kansas Medical Center. Phase 1 of the project is anticipated to be substantially complete by the end of 2026 and will house the WSU College of Health Professions, including the Speech Language Hearing Clinic, alongside KU Medical Center School of Medicine, KU School of Pharmacy, Wichita, as well as WSU Tech Health Professions. The Phase 1 building is a 9-story, 350,000 gross square foot building that is anticipated to bring more than 2,000 faculty, staff, and students to downtown Wichita. We did just have a topping off ceremony a couple weeks ago, and it was amazing to see the community rally together around this project. The last 2 capital projects underway both focus primarily on addressing deferred maintenance in buildings. It is important to highlight that the additional capital renewal funds and future KCRA funds were essential for WSU to be able to take on projects of this size, since our EBF funding is typically needed to address a wide variety of smaller projects on the campus. Construction wrapped in August, just in time for fall classes for the McKnight Art Center printmaking ventilation project. You can see that in the lower left-hand side. This health and safety focused project was critical to ensure that the printmaking classrooms have adequate ventilation for students and faculty using the space, and it was necessary to maintain accreditation for the program. Construction just began on Phase 3 and 4 HVAC project for Henry and Hall on the lower middle section of the underway column. It's the home of the ceramics and sculpture program at WSU. We have recently completed Phase 1 and 2 projects, which have focused on health and safety conditions in the ceramics and sculpture areas with ventilation upgrades, as well as providing air conditioning to a portion of the building. A large portion of the building, however, is still not air conditioned, which understandably provides challenges to instruction during the fall semester. At the conclusion of this project, the entire building will be properly ventilated and air conditioned. 2 future projects are on our capital plan. Design began this fall for a renovation of the geology building. This project was a result of a space utilization study completed in 2019 that highlighted the geology building as an opportunity for better utilization. Concurrent studies identified the need for a major systems overhaul in Neff Hall that houses the Department of Anthropology and the Anthropology Museum. The project will combine the 2 departments into one building, will address the geology building's deferred maintenance, and improve space utilization for both departments. The project will allow for the demolition of Neff Hall, which will further reduce additional deferred maintenance backlog for WSU and hit a key metric in our university master plan to create a large outdoor green space adjacent to the student center. It is anticipated that construction will start next summer and will be complete by the end of 2026. The Shocker Fly Lab project is an enclosed flying space for aerial robots. You can see it on the future column, second one down. The building will support course activities, industry-sponsored competitions for students and faculty research in drone technology, and its application across various applications and industries. The first phase is a netted outdoor enclosure with a second phase that encloses and conditions the building for a more controlled testing environment. This project is pending fundraising. As presented in the past years, we would like to update the committee on projects underway by partners on the Innovation Campus. Construction on the ATF Forensic Crime Gun Intelligence Laboratory is underway. That project is in the lower right-hand side of the handout. Excuse me. The building will be a center for collaboration with various law enforcement agencies, forensics labs, and Wichita State. Construction is anticipated to be complete next year in February. WSU continues to utilize EBF and capital renewal and KCRA dollars to address a variety of smaller deferred maintenance projects across campus. We're tackling the same sort of deferred maintenance issues as the other universities. The average age of WSU buildings, mission-critical buildings, is 45 years old. The rehabilitation and repair projects address keeping water out of buildings, such as masonry repair, waterproofing, roof repair and replacement, and window replacement. HVAC and electrical system repair and replacement, life safety systems and ADA upgrades, elevator repair and replacement, restroom repairs, and road repairs. As we plan for current and future years, it is important that we leave some funding available, as many of the projects begin as system failures that need to be replaced or repaired. One thing I would like to point out on the projects that begin with the word campus are various in-house projects in various buildings across campus combined together. These small capital improvement projects are essential to maintaining a safe, comfortable working, learning, and research environment. On the back side of the photos we discussed before, show 6 representative, impactful, small capital projects addressing items from restoring the exterior fountain at Corbin Education Center, which is our Frank Lloyd Wright building on campus, to replacing the roof at the Shocker Success Center. The Obla retaining wall project, the bottom left photo, resulted as a repair of a failing retaining wall, but we were able to replace it in a way to provide a better student connection between the new Shocker Success Center and the library. An example of a utility project is in the middle of the right column. The image shows the replacement of the steam line between the ATF building and Wallace Hall that failed last winter. We appreciate your continued support for these projects with additional funding. It really does make a difference in the quality of education that's provided at the university. Thank you again for the opportunity to update you, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Any questions from the committee? Don't see any. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to hear from Emporia State, Peter Hoff.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Hoff. I'm the Director of Facility Planning at Emporia State, and glad to be here this afternoon to update you on our capital plans. Same thing, you have the 11 by 17 format showing what we're up to. But I'd like to thank you again, as others have, for particularly the KCRA funding. If that does continue, we have a lot of plans in store for deferred maintenance and reducing our backlog of projects by using that funding if it's available. Emporia State currently has 2 large capital projects that have been recently completed. One of them, the East Campus Chiller Plant and deferred maintenance measures that was part of an ESCO project with Train Corporation. Included several projects under that contract. Most of them, a couple are still just about finished up, but in general, everything is there. The biggest being an ice storage chiller plant brought online to our central power plant over the spring. It's currently being integrated into the existing rotation of chillers. We're also working on some further extension of chill water lines across campus with the intent of further centralizing the chiller system and being able to connect several buildings to that central chiller and remove individual building chillers as they do reach their end of life. Another large project or large benefactor of the ESCO project was the William Allen White Library. It received an entirely new electrical system. It had original Pacific Electric system, which was deemed dangerous, problematic. The company no longer exists and parts are harder to find. So about 2 months over the summer, we shut the building down and redid the entire electrical service system, as well as replacing several air handler units. Several other buildings across campus have received new control systems, which helps us further dial in our HVAC system and control our energy use. About every building on campus has received new lighting system. Anything that was not LED before has been upgraded to an LED system. Initial savings from this project, again, it's in just the beginning stages of it, which is being calibrated. We've already saved in the first 6 months about $80,000 in energy savings, and we expect that total over 20 years to be close to $10 million. The other large capital project that was recently completed was the Glennon Field, formerly Glennon Field. Now it is Turnbull Field. Baseball field was refreshed with a new infield turf system, and then followed by a replacement of the exterior of the outfield grass into turf as well. So the field is completely turf now. Project budget was about $2.3 million, was funded entirely from private gifts, being athletics. And it combines with some recent lighting improvements, so we have an excellent place to play our baseball games now. Our current large capital project, which is the big news across campus, is our new nursing and student wellness center. Original project budget was about $21.5 million, with some good bids. We have come in under that as far as construction costs go, and that's allowed us to put a little more money into some furniture and equipment and other upgrades that wouldn't have otherwise been available. So we have over $12.5 million of private gifts funding this building, as well as $5 million from ARPA grant funding. After some setbacks with campus soils, the project's emerged in the center of campus. Completion's expected in January. The excitement for the first new academic building in decades has led to an increase in enrollment in the nursing programs. And again, with favorable bids, we have the hope to create an endowment for the building maintenance itself. So that can be a settled issue. Moving on to the rightmost column of the future capital projects, and I will give a caveat here that we are currently in the process of updating our campus master plan. And that will include a look at athletics and residential life altogether. And pending that approval, which we are, again, waiting for a new president. Our current president is retiring in December, so we are in the search phase, and we are hesitant to submit a master plan without the review of our future incoming president. So a lot of these projects will still be debated when the new president comes on board, and we'll see where they go. But, currently, from our previous master plan and current leadership, we are planning on the demolition of Morse Hall South and Southeast, 2 former dormitories, which are just to the south of our new student wellness center. And once that building is complete, we will be able to remove those 2 because the main occupants are the student wellness center, and they'll have a new home. So we can eliminate those buildings. The demolition frees up some space for campus green space right in the center, outdoor quad, or could be, again, a future building location or other activity space, again, pending our master plan. Previously, we have done some work on Welch Stadium West Side, which is the more used, I guess, home side, if you want to call it that. We have a need for multiple projects or things to happen at the Welch East side at this point. The building is on on its last legs. It has some structural issues we are looking into, but it's on a timeline for demolition. Final decisions of what will be there in the future are still pending. Again, pending further structural evaluations. Possible plans could include complete demolition of the failing original structure, rebuilding something similar to it, or something completely different as far as storage areas, fan amenities, spectator seating, depending on the need that arises. Another large capital project that we are in the planning stage of is King Hall theater renovations and art additions. We have, again, King Hall, and I don't know if this is a win or a loss versus Wichita State, but Emporia State's average building age, I think, is over 60 years. King Hall is one of those that is well advanced in age, but it's a good structural building, so we are looking to make some improvements for the occupants, which is the School of Visual Performing Arts, both some theater renovations and some room for art spaces. We currently have, our art department is separated into a couple different buildings across campus. We would love to consolidate them into one location up in the center of campus. Stormwater maintenance facility, again, is where we live in facilities. The physical plant, employees, maintenance shops are all there. Again, the building is seen better days, but we have just put a new roof on it, so that's helping our condition there, and we do hope to upgrade HVAC systems and other amenities there. Project will indeed, or at the end, address about $2.5 million in deferred maintenance by upgrading some of those systems. So that's really the majority of the large capital projects that I would speak of. Again, the ones listed on that page, mostly, again, athletics, and again, pending our campus master plan. Athletics has a couple plans if again, all goes well with future president. One is upgrades to the health, physical education, and recreation building. It is a combined facility with athletics as well as our hyper program, part of Applied Health Sciences. They are looking at everything from a newer team room for 150 athletes. We don't have anything that size in that building. They meet at a lecture hall across campus when they have to have large team meetings. Upgrades to weight rooms, upgrades to athletic offices and suites. That's the plan there. Another upgrade they are currently looking at is the soccer pitch. Currently we have a grass field. They're looking to upgrade to turf. About a project or update, or excuse me, project is budgeted about $4.3 million, and again, that would come from private donors. It's a multi-phase project, including, again, the same way we did with baseball, adding some lights to the facility as well. I would like to move or give you some highlights of our small capital projects. Again, I noted the KCRA and the SGF and the other funding mechanisms we had, and we have really, I think, put a lot of effort into focusing on deferred maintenance and building systems improvements. Everything from fire alarm, HVAC, roofing upgrades. They've improved the interior and exterior conditions as well as life safety across campus. You can see on our small capital projects, we have several fire alarm upgrades, which were sorely needed, as well as a couple more roof projects down the line. The photo page that I've provided is mostly some before and after of not very pretty things across campus. I do have a picture of our soon-to-be complete nursing and student wellness building, but everything else is what you call facility-based. Nothing people really think about when it comes to colleges and universities, but sorely needed. Again, roofs, air handlers, chillers. Those are the nuts and bolts and the guts that make things work well, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to deal with some of those projects. That concludes my statements. If you have any questions,
Yeah. Well done, sir. Well done. Questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is a good photo of the new nursing and Student Wellness Center. Is there an opportunity, or will there be an opportunity to increase enrollment in nursing once that building is completed? Or is this a move from a current?
It's both. It was a move from the previous facility, but we did plan ahead and I believe plan to increase enrollment. I believe when we first started, the enrollment was about 160 students. We have planned for up to 200 in the building. So yeah, I think the facility can handle it. Plus the location now on campus can help us facilitate some other classes within reasonable locations. So yes, the plan was to increase enrollment.
That will be helpful to the state.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, there you go. Further questions? All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed the projects currently underway. There are two demolitions, one of the International Student Center and the BCRC feed yard. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I apologize.
I'm not familiar with those, but.
Sorry about that. I'll ask them.
That's the wrong color, sir.
I got ahead of us.
There you go. All right. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're moving to that color. Now we're moving to that color, Mr. Lewis. So, Lisa Johnson, K-State. Welcome.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I serve as the University Architect and Assistant Vice President of Planning, Design, and Construction at Kansas State University. Appreciate your time and for your support of K-State. Your advocacy and efforts to secure funding have made an incredible impact to Kansas State University in advancement of asset preservation, capital renewal, and reduction of deferred maintenance. Specifically, your funding support for demolition, cap renewal, and your continued support of the Educational Buildings Fund have permitted us to both support critical infrastructure system needs that keep our campuses warm, safe, and dry, while also making significant progress on deferred maintenance reduction of our mission-critical portfolio. This support has paved the way for the successful implementation and delivery of strategic projects and initiatives as we move forward to become a next-generation land-grant university. For the next few minutes, I'll provide an overview of the impact of your support, specifically to capital investments into mission-critical infrastructure and future strategic needs. I'll provide an update on achievements this past year, while also discussing present and future initiatives that align with our recently approved campus master plan, which can now be launched into implementation as we continue to scale up our efforts through the support of the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. Let's start with the past. I'm looking specifically at the graphic on page 3. Per this graphic, our allocation of $33.6 million that we had from fiscal year 23 to 25, we have been able to impact 28% of our mission-critical buildings, complete 48 deferred maintenance projects, and decrease and right-size our mission-critical portfolio by 7%. This is a strong return on investment for an average of approximately 300% over these 3 years. And in addition to this, these expenditures have created a domino effect in setting the table for supportive strategic investments. So for example, if you look at the graphics at the top of page 3, you'll see the demolition of Weber Arena, which paved the way for 2 facilities associated with our Ag Innovation Initiative. One, providing a better size and location for the new arena, which is the Bilbrey Family Events Center, which will have a ribbon cutting this Friday, and a purposeful site for the Global Center for Grain and Food Innovation, which connects Call Hall and Weber Hall for the very first time. These Ag Innovation facilities have a strategic role in positioning K-State as the global leader in agriculture and have contributed to a $57 million reduction in deferred maintenance dollars alone. Other significant achievements this year are also included on page 3, specifically a renovation for a core lab for the College of Veterinary Medicine, renovation of small animal surgical suites in the College of Vet Med as well, renovation for a biomanufacturing training facility in Seton Hall, which just recently had its ribbon cutting. At the Salina campus, we have achieved the design and groundbreaking of our ks facility, the Kansas Advanced Immersive Research for Emerging Systems. This is a state-funded facility for our partners with Pure Imagination Studios. And we have also completed a new maintenance facility which will set us up for demolition of the previous facility, reducing deferred maintenance costs and supporting campus plan initiatives. I'd like to talk a little bit about moving forward into 2026, present and beyond. 2026 will be a banner year. We'll have the completion and opening of Ag Initiative projects, such as the Global Center for Grain and Food Innovation and the Agronomy Research and Innovation Center, as well as later that fall, renovations to Call Hall. The ice cream will be back, and Weber Hall for our meat lab. We'll also see the final completion of renovations to Eisenhower Hall, which had 15 classroom renovations in total to next-gen standards for learners, and to Willard Hall, which creates a new home for the geology department. We'll also see a phased approach to completion and opening of the Strong Honors Complex, which is the renovation of 3 100-year-old residence halls into a modern living and learning community to enhance the student experience. We're also going to start design on projects associated with the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. And those projects are included in summary as a list, as well as pictures on page 4 and 5. Renovations include renovation to Justin Hall for an applied learning lab for College of Health and Human Science programs, and partial renovation of HVAC, stairwells, and inaccessible restrooms. Seton Hall Central, to update 1960s spaces to Seton Central for specialized instructions, labs, and collaboration areas, as well as renovation of the busiest 250-seat lecture hall. Renovation to Trotter, second floor, for the College of Veterinary Medicine, modernizing labs for pathology, virology, bacteriology, and parasitology instruction, and critical for support of accreditation needs for the second-year students. A location of a new student services one-stop model, the Wildcat One Stop. That will be a renovation and addition of Kedzie South to better serve students in one centralized hub for enrollment services. And as well, the exterior renovation of historic Anderson Hall, which is our preeminent heritage facility. I'd like to talk a little bit about our process for the Restoration Act. At our last K-Board meeting, Vice President Ethan Erickson presented an overview of our plans for the Kansas Campus Restoration Act funding. Highlights had included a commitment for Anderson Hall, demolition of Schellenberger Hall and Feed Tech, Salina campus facility improvements. And then we completed an 11-month RFP process for the remaining projects, which I just listed a moment ago. Our goal was to prioritize our land grant mission, interdisciplinary research, and student experience. And from this RFP process over the 11 months, we evaluated 19 projects from 12 units with a total of $232 million total project cost of those, selecting 12 for further development for full program statements. Programs were developed over 3 months. That led to a final of 7 projects slated to receive funding over the next 5 to 6 years. We benefited from the alignment of the simultaneous development of our campus master plan and Kansas Campus Restoration Act process to begin to incorporate our planning principles into our selection. So if you look at our master plan materials on page 6, you'll see the highlights of our planning principles that align with our land grant mission. This alignment resulted in the selected projects responding to 3 or more of the principles, with many of them hitting 4, which you can see in the listing by the icon shown on the page for how many we have achieved. What do we expect to see from this result and this investment in the Kansas Campus Restoration Act? We're expecting to see an overall investment of $53 million for K-State for an anticipated reduction of $121 million in deferred maintenance costs. That return on investment is 220%. We're also expecting that we're able to touch, renovate, and renewal and provide capital renewal for 50% of our mission-critical portfolio, with the sale of Unger as the initial domino, starting phased renovations, and SGF, EBF, and CRA funds supporting our efforts. When complete, we'll have a reduction of 14% gross square feet of mission-critical portfolio through remaining demolition projects while remaining net neutral on space. These projects and these demolitions also pave the way for strategic new buildings and growth opportunities to further the K-State agenda, K-State opportunity agenda, specifically community health and well-being, energy and water, global food security and biosecurity, and enabling technologies. I want to thank you specifically for your support and commitment to the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. We've worked very diligently in our planning over this past year to maximize the state's investment and to set up a plan for success in implementation of the funds over the next 5 to 6 years. Your continued support of this investment is very critical. Loss of funding would be devastating. Let's turn to the future. I've listed for you in the future column everything that is on our 5-year cap list, but I'd like to highlight the most strategic of the projects here today. Moving forward, we have the $130 million Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. This has been a partnership and state investment of $128 million from the state of Kansas to support our $12.9 billion livestock industry and to provide support for diagnostic testing, not only in 105 counties across Kansas, but across 53 countries globally. Currently, selection and contracting of our architecture engineering partners is currently underway, and design is anticipated to begin late fall. Additionally, at the top of our future list are targeted strategic initiatives identified for the future in alignment with our master plan and R1 land grant mission, including planning for an integrated science complex, which would be an interdisciplinary facility for biology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, geology, and neuroscience. The initial step, in addition to the planning of this facility, is a study that would result in data to show the research, innovation, technology, transfer, and economic impact that this complex investment would have on the state. R1 is a critical piece of our master plan moving forward. Our last new lab building was built in 2002, and so we are in need. 2002 is the birth year of the students that we graduated last year, just for some context. Additional priority is support of nuclear research. Our 1.25 megawatt uranium nuclear reactor is one of only 25 teaching reactors in the country. A strategic goal is the rebuilding of the reactor itself and the renovation of adjacent Ward Hall to create an interdisciplinary hub for engineering, health, and energy research. In closing, I'd like to reiterate our gratitude and appreciation for your support and partnership of Kansas State University. I would welcome any questions at this time. Thank you, and go Cats.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That was a good one. Committee questions. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We should probably acknowledge that several of us last week saw the Salina Facilities Maintenance Complex from a distance because we were on that campus with the Highway Patrol. And I would just say and I'm thinking other members of the committee, were optimistic about what possibilities there might be for relocation of a Highway Patrol training facility on that campus.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to beginning that study now, and it aligns perfectly with our master plan for these partnerships.
Further questions? Mr. Lewis.
I'll ask the question I asked of the previous conference.
Yeah, he doesn't know much about the demolition of our facility, so how can I help you?
The question is, you're in the process of demolishing the International Student Center and the BCRC. I'm not sure what that acronym, but it's Feed Yard Demolition.
That's the Beef Cattle Research Center.
Okay. So are those functions going to be moved into other buildings, or what's happening?
Yes, so related to reinvestment. So let's start with the International Student Center. The International Student Center building was a lowest grade for us. It was a building that was past its useful life. It was also located at the part of campus. If you were to look at our master plan, I have an excerpt on the last page where, as we're starting to bring the Global Center for Grain and Food Innovation, we have a new research core. so it's misguided. Similarly, many of our international students who that serves are located and live over in the Jardine complex. So we have relocated that function over to Jardine. That facility is now open. It was a tenant improvement. It provides them with closer proximity to where they are and better services for the type of space and hosting functions that they'd like to have.
You said the Jardine, is that what?
Jardine is a apartment complex area. It's a housing area.
It's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
And on the second one, for the Beef Cattle Research Center, we're continuing to work towards new facilities there, beginning with a feedlot. So demolition is the first part, getting rid of some old pens and things that don't serve us anymore. We're currently working through design of the feedlot. We're looking for future partnerships and funding for feed mill applications that would take the Beef Cattle Research Center and bring the type of research functions that we need to really up the dial on our research associated with that facility.
Just again, the acronym BCRC stands for what again?
Beef Cattle Research Center.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Thank you for your testimony. University of Kansas Medical Center, A.J. Woodworth, there you are. Welcome to the committee.
I will say, hopefully nobody had the Chiefs for fantasy football last night. So, no. Okay. Am I good to go? Okay. All right. Well, good to see you guys all again. Some of you guys for a few times now. But I'm going to go through our list. Very much so like the other institutions, I've organized this by large, small projects, and then the past, current, and then the future. Senator Francisco, I know you're going to be interested in one specifically on our campus, Student Center. Yeah. So I'll start with the past, and then we'll get into the master plan, like the actual layout. And then I have some before and after photos that I'd like you guys to look at as well. So on the past, we just recently completed this project. It's the Applegate boiler replacement and curtain wall replacement. This is, we're a very urban campus, obviously. So the majority of our buildings are actually piped from our main energy center right off Cambridge Street downtown. So it was very critical. We had boilers that heat our buildings that were past useful life. We were at risk for basically them going out of service. So we completely replaced all the boilers in this building. And then what we also had an issue with was the exterior facade rusting and at risk of actually collapsing in on itself. So we replaced it with this too, and with a much more economical solution. No glass curtain wall on the power plant. It's more of a metal panel solution. So it makes much more sense for a utility plant. So Reflection Center is next on the list. This was a project we completed just a little bit ago. This was actually to pave way for proton therapy. A big part of our campus is cancer research and clinical care for cancer. So we actually moved an actual chapel that was on our campus to a different location, and we converted it actually to a non-denominational center, and this was all private funding for that portion too. Kermeyer HVAC renovation, so very similar to other campuses. We replaced the HVAC of this building. It was back from the 80s where this was originally installed. It's a gym center actually. Had really good reports of heating and cooling since then. Another part of our program is obviously the education of medical students, and our Willed Body program is pretty substantial to that in the educating of different health professionals. Our morgue actually goes through the process of different donors and then getting them ready for different anatomy programs around the state of Kansas, around Missouri, and we also for our own program. So it was well past due to actually renovate this facility so that way we could treat the donors with most respect. So project's currently underway, so I'm sure a lot of you are aware of our cancer center that's currently underway. Right through downtown, we got a big tower crane, which is pretty cool. I keep trying to convince Dunn to let me climb it. They will not let me climb it. So, we're planning on occupying that building at the end of 2027. There's a research component and a clinical component. I work with the university, so I work with the research portion, of course. But several new wet labs that will be here, and a big part of this building is actually cellular therapy, so CAR T therapy. So we're using the human body's immune system to fight cancer. So essentially, we extract cells or bone marrow, and we're actually able to genetically engineer it to treat different kinds of cancer. And it's mostly like leukemia, lymphoma type of diseases that it's really effective on. So it's a pretty exciting time in cancer therapies, and we're actually looking at expanding that into being actual like a regional distributor of these therapies where different health systems can come to us. It's very expensive to build these facilities to modify genes and cells to actually become a distributor to our region in Kansas and abroad. So the Wichita Biomedical Campus, so Emily, my colleague, was just up here, so been working with her for quite some time on that. But it's a partnership between Wichita State and KU Medical Center and Wichita Tech as well. But it's, for us, it's pretty big for us, for the School of Medicine. It'll be helping educate all of our School of Medicine professionals. So we'll have a full anatomy lab, we'll have several classrooms, several skills training. Something that was really big on our campus that we built was the health education building. We first built simulation rooms there. That was the first time health professionals were actually working together in a simulated environment when they were coming out. And so just imagine a nurse working with you and they've never worked with a doctor before being educated. So this is what this facility is able to do. So just get people ready much quicker. Our imaging suite renovation. So this actually paved the way for our cancer center. So we have the Hoagland Biomedical Imaging Center that's been raised on our campus. And this is the plan where we're moving all of our clinical research imaging to. We have future plans to develop like a nuclear medicine program for a different form of treatment for cancer as well with this. Fourth floor Delp internal medicine, that's an office renovation. So with your guys' continued effort with the KCRA support, we are going through our buildings and renovating them, upgrading them. We've assigned certain buildings on campus that need the most help when it comes to facilities condition index. Likewise, that's Westco B, 5th and 6th floor. Those two projects are gut and rebuilds of two buildings that very much so need it. And then this next one, Senator Francisco, that you'll be very interested in. So I have a sheet later here where we're planning on raising the Olathe Pavilion as well as the Student Center. This is really due to the deferred maintenance and the future of campus master planning. Obviously, it was a dorm way long ago. It had been repurposed to an office building as well as it had an auditorium in that space and some skills labs. So we're currently working through where do all those people go. But on this supplemental sheet back behind here, I have it listed out just how much deferred maintenance is actually expected for this building. And actually both buildings. So the Olathe Pavilion has $9.5 million of deferred maintenance that needs to be done to it. And then the Student Center has about $8.6 million. So for us, our big thing is right-sizing campus with the updated work modality. We've been pushing that basically people that are 3 days or more on campus get a dedicated office. People that are less than that, there's no dedicated office. It's touchdown space where we're densifying campus and we're right-sizing campus. We don't need to have all these offices all over the place if people are able to work remote. So I'm sure you'll have some questions. I'll keep finishing going back through the list. But we do have some electrical upgrades, heating, hot water distribution for our lead building. That's for heating distribution in the building. And then we have our future projects. So we're actually working through with the hospital right now on our campus, planning the new brain health building. So that's our other leading area of research and clinical care is neurology. So that project's going to be very similar in nature to the Cancer Center, where we're trying to bring research and clinical care together. That way we can, basically bring the best care to patients. And then with that, I'm sure if you guys have been on our campus, parking is a premium. So that's what we are trying to plan to do with the brain health facility. We know we will have to build parking with it. And then these projects down the list here are future projects that would be supported by the KCRA and potentially some donors, or major, we view that key to our campus for educational support. We just tied a new building into it, the health education building. And then the clinical translational science unit, that's more about specialty care like labs, like centralizing that in a core rather than having a bunch of offshoots all over campus. And then the third and fourth floor, that's after we do the fifth and sixth floor for Wesco. And then with our campus and being very focused in clinical care and research, we obviously have to hold on to samples quite a bit, like tissue and blood. So that's what that facility is a biospecimen repository. And then Southern MEP infrastructure on fourth floor is, again, with the KCRA funding and full-on replacement of MEP systems, likewise with Robinson and then Delpef. So the colors that were on that prior sheet, on the second sheet, that kind of corresponds to the buildings that are on campus. Then the third page, the Olathe Pavilion mothball, we already went through that. And then the page after that is the Applegate boiler replacement. And what I just want to highlight on there is that picture up at the top left is what the boilers used to look like. Circa 1993, that were very inefficient. So on the right here, we have a very high level narrative of the energy savings and payback. And we have already started to realize utility savings as well for our campus. And then the picture down at the bottom shows the new exterior facade, not glass on the entire building. So then this next sheet is probably the most substantial when it comes to talking about continued support from the KCRA funding and just in general state funding. So I remember working with Chad Bristow not too long ago. This was this last Christmas. A deferred maintenance worker came to me and he said, "Hey, I'm seeing something weird. A column started to have some breaking and some cracking." I go down there with a flashlight and I'm like, "Oh, that doesn't look good." I pull the concrete and the concrete just completely falls off the column. And you can see all the stirrups and everything rusted away, falling away. And I'm like, well, I might as well crawl in this crawl space that's 3 foot tall with a spotlight down there, you know, why not? And then I crawled all the way to the back of this crawl space. And I'm not even joking you, the picture on the left is what that column was like. It's almost to the degree where you could kick it with your foot and it would fall out, which obviously is catastrophic for a building and its support. So what we have here is basically progress photos. We worked with a structural engineer, of course, but we identified how could we safely do this. One, we evacuated everybody out of the building, which was pretty tremendous for our campus. And then two, we installed shoring, which is the red posts. That third image is shown there because there is actually no column there, as you can see. There's shoring, so we had to install the shoring first, then knock the column out, and then that photo on the right is what that enlargement looks like. The main issue is we've had water and moisture issues in this crawl space. And basically back in the 50s, they didn't install proper drainage mitigation around the foundation. Thus, we're having this problem. We're fixing it. But this would have been obviously very catastrophic to the public if this would have gone then another 5 to 10 years. We would have had collapse of the building. So it was fantastic that a maintenance worker contacted, reached out, and we got it addressed. So, but the reason I show this and elaborate on this is what what you guys are advocating for. So, I mean, this literally saved people's lives. So, and then this last photo, is we completed this demo just a few years ago now, but this is our first project on our campus that we demolished Taylor building, which was a residence hall a long time ago that we converted into office. But we basically avoided $4.1 million in deferred maintenance over the next 10 years by demoing that building. So, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Woodworth. I'm not even going to call on the committee. Senator Francisco, do you have any questions?
I'm guessing they could answer them without my asking, but it might have something to do with the fact that part of, or the Student Center houses the Francisco Lounge. So that's on the list for demolition. So of course, I would like to know what's going to happen to the painting of my grandfather and the letters.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and that's why I bring it up, because I think what we will be doing with endowment is actually reaching out to you so that way we can honor your family appropriately for that building. And then where do we want to put it on campus? So, yep.
I should say, one of the friends I went to school with was Charlotte Orr from the Orr family. So
Oh, really?
we have to keep up.
Further questions? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, guys.
And now we come to University of Kansas, Mark Reisky? Okay. Reisky, something like that. There you go. Thank you for being here.
Chairman and committee members, I'm Mark Reisky, University Architect and Director of Facilities Planning and Development at KU Lawrence. This annual presentation may be one of the more enjoyable presentations I do each year because it allows me to hear what the other institutions have done. And, you know, from this afternoon, amazing work by all the institutions. And it allows us to tell this committee what we've been doing and hopefully substantiate that we're using the resources and funds that you've committed to us and allocated to us and honestly fought for us on over the years. Without the EBF funding, without the KCRA funding, without the match that you have the universities provide to the KCRA funding, we wouldn't be able to do all the work that we do on an annual basis. And every campus would be a much different place without that support. You've heard stories from everyone that if they didn't have those funds, those stories would be very short because they couldn't do a lot of the work they're doing. So my greatest gratitude for that support and continued support. In the case of the Lawrence campus, we're an older building campus. You know, I don't think we should fight amongst ourselves who has the oldest building inventory. I think we all have old building inventories. You know, the majority of our buildings are over 50 years old. It's not a surprise, and many of them have original building systems. So with that comes a lot of maintenance needs and concerns. My presentation will be a little bit different. I know you guys can read through the 3 sheets of large capital that just got done or are currently being done or are future, and the small capitals that go along with them. I'm actually going to look at some projects that we've talked about for several years now that took multiple years of funding, multiple types of funding to get accomplished that really moved the needle for the Lawrence campus. The first of which is chiller plant number 4. Now, chiller plant number 4 replaces chillers originally in 5 buildings, Anschutz Science Library, Budig Hall, Marvin Hall, Lindley Hall, and Chalmers Hall. And all those were standalone systems. And that's an important part of this when we get down to explaining what we've done here. The building also has the capacity in space of floor and an area for cooling towers to support an additional 4 buildings. So Summerfield, Murphy, Slauson Ritchie, and the new School of Architecture addition that's being designed right now. So when you look at that area of campus, which is directly to the south of the Chi Omega Fountain on that corner of the university, will all be on a central plant for chilled water systems. That's significant for a number of reasons, but the primary one is redundancy of systems. So any of my colleagues that have systems that serve a number of buildings will tell you, if you can serve a number of buildings with a redundant system, you're much better off than having a singular system in a building. So prior to this, if my chiller went down in Marvin Hall, I had no cooling in Marvin Hall. I had very few options to actually cool that building. And we're talking about a mission critical academic and research mission building. So, you know, that's a big deal at that point. And what we ultimately end up doing is spending a lot of money to bring in temporary chillers on a truck, hook them up to the system, hope we can fix what's there, and move on. But, you know, anytime I'm spending money on a temporary system to cool a building, I'm spending money with no real end benefit to solving deferred maintenance problems or you know, really long-term help to the university. You know, these better systems also really allow us to take our professionals, trade staff, and honestly let them do other things they should be working on rather than always chasing what the current disaster is. You know, Senator Francisco can tell you, I've been at the university a long time. And we've lived for a long time in the chasing disaster mode. You came in, you figured out what broke, you tried to fix it, and, you know, you hope nothing else broke if you spent all the money you had, you know, to fix that item. You know, today we're in a better place. So by doing this chilled water district, we can actually take our tradespeople and have them do preventative maintenance, have them go out and do inspections of systems so we know better what the conditions are, so we can plan better for, you know, EBF or KCRA fund. And that's what our list of those two types of money show, that we know down the road 5-10 years what those projects will be. Now, am I ever going to get surprised? Sure, we're going to get surprised. If, you know, Lisa or anyone else that presented today say they don't get surprised on occasion something breaks that you don't think's going to break, they're not telling a true story, because that happens on a campus. But, you know, so that helps us. You know, we spent $14.1 million, and these numbers aren't going to be the greatest numbers for you. We solved $8 million in deferred maintenance, but we provided redundant systems for mission critical academic and research buildings. And if you can put a number on that, that number is going to far exceed that difference between the two. I've got redundant pumps, I've got redundant cooling towers, I've got redundant chillers. So if I lose a piece of equipment in this new building, yes, it may not be 72 degrees in a building, it may be 74 degrees in a building, because I may have to modulate a little bit the chilled water they receive, but that gets me through. And honestly, our students and researchers and faculty don't know that happened. So that's a significant difference. This isn't anything new to KU, and you guys have heard this before, but as a reminder, we've got multiple chilled water districts. We've got Spencer Chilled Water District that picks up Bailey, Strong, Snow, and both Spencer Museum and Spencer Research Library. We've got a chiller plant #1 that shows up on your list for future projects that actually serves Hayworth, Malott, Wesco, Stauffer, and Dole Human Development Center. That was our first chilled water district, so now it's old and it needs replacement of parts. So you're going to see that show up on several of your lists. And we've got future districts that are planned. So you'll see we've got a district for the engineering complex that's planned. Right now, every building, even though they're all connected in the engineering complex, has its own mechanical systems. Whether that makes sense or not, I can't speak to that, but that's what we have today. And then we'll do a chilled water district over at Blake Hall that'll serve Blake 20, Watson, Fraser. That'll be a significant district there. Watson Library, critical piece of the university. Fraser Hall, significant classroom and office spaces. So having it on a redundant district is a critical improvement. Anyone that's been on this committee before is tired of hearing me talk about roofs, and I'm going to do it once again. A leaking roof is what makes your phone ring almost before anything else on a campus, almost. And through the continued support, you know, that we get from the state of Kansas, we have repaired numerous roofs, replaced numerous roofs. There is a map of the campus showing a variety of colors, red, blue, and green. Those are all roofs under warranty. A roof under warranty on a campus is gold. Our warranties are not prorated warranties. If I've got a 20-year warranty, I've got a 20-year roof warranty. Now, act of God is beyond that, but I've got a 20-year roof warranty. That allows us to take our tradespeople and actually start doing, semi-annual inspections to make sure, we don't have other problems on roofs. It allows us to fix any item that comes up during the year through that warranty. And it's proven that that's exactly what happens on these roofs. So I've got a roof that might be in year 16 of a 20-year warranty. That roofing company's still coming out and fixing that roof. Now, that same roof, and I'm referring to Malott Hall, you'll see it show up on our future plan because I know I need to get that roof replaced in the future plan. It's not going to make it much past 20 years. But by having all those warranties in place, I'm not spending nearly what I used to spend on roofs from these monies, so I can take those monies and spend it on fire alarm systems or HVAC systems or plumbing systems, other needs of the university. Lindley Hall HVAC system, and I know you guys are saying you've talked about all this before. You're absolutely right. Lindley Hall is a building that we're currently doing a reset on. And what that means in our case is, in our master plan, we've clearly said we've got more square footage than we believe we need. We're reducing square footage, but we're also going to take care of our buildings that have really good bones to them and get them back to a point, as Chad discussed earlier, where they're highly effective, highly efficient research and academic buildings. Lindley Hall, if we had to replace it today, would be in about $65 to $70 million cost range, just on a sheer square footage of building, type of building cost. We'll spend a little under $30 million on it at the rate we're going right now, all through EBF, KCRA, all the types of funding we get, plus university match funds to restore it. The first project that was significant that's been done, and it's the HVAC replacement. And we had a building that had 4 zones of HVAC systems. So if I lost one zone, I lost roughly a quarter of the building. And towards the end, before we moved everyone out of Lindley to do this reset, we were buying parts off eBay for that equipment because you couldn't buy it anyplace else. You couldn't. And there are people behind me that have bought stuff off eBay too to try to get equipment to last longer because it's the only place you can get the parts. So we've taken what was a DX building with air handlers, and DX is similar to a residential air conditioner, it's just bigger. And basically, it's a coil, you're providing cooling to an air handler, you're pushing cooled air through a building, and it's coming out a diffuser. So basically, we replaced that with a VAV system, variable air volume system, that's actually running off the new chilled water plant. We're converting steam to hot water, so I've got hot water going through those VAVs also, and then I've got brand new air handlers that are providing fresh air to the building. To go along with that, all new valves, all new digital controls. Used to have pneumatic controls, couldn't centrally control the equipment, so forth and so on. So a huge improvement. But, at Lindley, the real story right now, if you came to campus, you'd see we're starting to dig up the whole north side of the building. It's leaked for years. We're doing foundation repairs there. We've already replaced sanitary lines. We've already replaced domestic water lines. We're replacing the roof currently. So all that stuff's being done so that when we move people back into Lindley Hall in the fall of '27, it'll be a modern bones research and academic mission building for the university in a premium spot on campus. And our geology, geography, and environmental studies programs will come back to what'll be a new home for them when that's done. So a significant project that's gone a long ways towards that happening. At the bottom of your page, I think it's 4, it's a page with the pictures on it. just to get an idea of some of the stuff I've been talking about, because we did our before-after pictures from what I just described. It should, if I can separate pages, it should look like this, guys. So, if we start the chiller plant, top 3 photos are the new chiller plant. It'll be a good, stable chiller plant for us for many years. The bottom 3 pictures are interesting, although. The first one is of Anschutz Science Library when we had to rent a portable chiller, and it was on a bypass. That's what those 2 orange hoses are. It's much like, you know, kind of bypassing a heart. You're taking basically chilled water and pumping it from another unit and connecting it to your system. The second photo is what the chiller rods look like in the Budig Hall chiller. Those should all be open rods. You should see that whole thing being little circles that are open so water can flow through it. Not quite there. And then the third picture is of Marvin Hall chiller. And that chiller is cut in that case like it was because we were trying to repair it. That repair lasted just long enough to get us through to this new chiller plant. So it lasted a little bit over a year. Our people got it to limp by, but that's what that third picture is. The map I was talking about is upper right-hand corner. There's nothing more beautiful than that much red and blue on that sheet and green, because that's stuff that my maintenance people know has someone that they can call. And that all they have to do is really do a semi-annual inspection and make sure we don't have clogged roof drains or something that'll be causing us issues. Down below, I did take a couple shots of the Lindley roof as it's going on, and it's currently going on. The one on the left is the existing older roof, and then you see the new roof going on to the right. Down below, Lindley HVAC, the top picture, and I'll admit my university engineer is way more excited about this picture than I am. It's a bunch of pipes with insulation to me. But that's where our chilled water line comes in. That's where our steam to hot water conversion takes place. All new valves, all new piping. Basically, that HVAC system's new throughout the building. I do show one of the air handlers that's up in the penthouse, directly below that. And then we talked about this bottom picture a lot because, yes, it's just 2 pumps. But Jacob Lee's my university engineer, and he said, but they're redundant pumps. If one of them goes down, I still have a pump. So I put his picture of his 2 pumps sitting right next to each other because that was important to him in the picture. But to the left of those, you've got the old DX units, the top 2 pictures. That one that has an X on it probably should have had an X on it before the demolition contractors came by, but they put that one on. Down below, you see a very old compressor, and then you see the old cast iron steam radiators, and that building has a lot of them. It won't need any of them anymore. So that's a significant improvement. To briefly talk about a couple other things, Lindley Hall's the top line of the other deferred maintenance photos. Now, I honestly, and I've seen my predecessor, Jim Modig, bring these pipes to a presentation like this. I didn't bring them today. The first line is of one of the sanitary sewer pipes that we replaced, and the orange is all corrosion and infill of that pipe, so I only have that much room left of that pipe for any waste to go through. The next one's probably more disturbing. It's a galvanized water line, and like the rings of a tree, you can see how the buildup was happening on the inside of that line, and that's how much room I had left of that 2-inch water line. I will admit, by my stinginess to limit pages, you can't really, the new sanitary sewer and piping photos aren't too glorious when they're the size of a postage stamp. But basically, there's new piping for both those systems. And then, as others have stated, building envelope, building roofs, as I've stated. before and afters of Budig Hall. And if you come to the Lawrence campus, just walking around Budig and looking at how beautiful that stone is, stone that you could not buy today, no matter how much money you had to spend on stone. The figuring in that stone is absolutely phenomenal. Lastly, the steam pipe system at Lindley. That's about a 1/4 inch hole that's in the middle of that steam pipe that we are trying to feed steam through. So if you can only imagine how efficient that is, if you take a pipe and then you have a small hole in the middle that you're trying to push steam through, your system doesn't work as well as it probably should. Okay, I've rambled on for a long time, guys, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Lots of good things to look at here too, so appreciate it. Questions, committee? Go ahead, Senator Francisco.
Not a question, but I'll just say my question was going to be, would chiller number 4 handle the new addition for architecture? And you answered that, and looking ahead like that is incredibly helpful.
And actually, the equipment that's in it today will handle it. So that load's been accounted for when we sized that equipment. Now, we have to add equipment for the Murphy, the Slauson Ritchie, and the Summerfield. But the cube will be fine on what we already have available.
Okay. You answered one of my questions, domestic water. You said that's 2-inch pipe. And it looks like you're replacing it with PVC. Is that correct?
So the domestic water lines in Lindley got replaced with copper.
Oh, they're copper. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it said.
Like I said, since I gave you gracious postage stamp photos, and maybe that's because of the quality of photos I take. Maybe that's because I was trying to get this on a single sheet. But copper lines have been, domestic water have been replaced with copper. The sanitary system has been replaced with both PVC and cast. It depends where it's at. So it's a variety on the sanitary.
So will the new copper and/or PVC, will that build up like this? I've heard it doesn't do it quite the same as the old cast.
PVC is much slicker on the inside of the pipe, much easier to maintain. We had to pick the sanitary photo. I could have shown you one that has a split in the back of it that's that long. So cast pipe, when it's made in halves, put together. So it's got seams on it. Those seams inevitably are what goes bad pretty quickly. Well, first, quickly is relative because it's in, 30 and 40 years, but those seams go bad. So I could have brought one that shows you that whole seam eaten out for a 3-foot area as well.
And on the before sanitary, or the sanitary, how big of pipes are those? What's diameters?
The largest in Lindley's 8-inch. We've got 6.4s, and then we've got laterals that are 2 that go off to a sink or something along that line.
Further questions? Thank you for being here. Do appreciate it. Well, that brings us down to pretty much the end here, and whoever put this together, it flowed very well. So it worked very well. I appreciate you doing that. So, okay. We've heard a lot of information. My thoughts are, and I'm not making the motion now, but my thoughts are to have a motion that just says to approve everything we've heard, unless there's discussion that somebody wants to call something out. So other than that, I will leave it open to the committee at this point. Do I hear a motion? Pardon? Go ahead. Senator Clues.
Thank you. And again, thank you on this presentation. It's amazing. If anybody wants to really know where the money goes, they need to just have one of these in their hands. Helps a lot. Before we make that motion, maybe getting a little bit of clarity, if anything, helping myself out. On SB 35, and then, so I'm looking at the budget here. and we see somewhere it says, has the EBF and the SGF. What does that look like kind of moving forward? Are these funds just transferred directly over? I know with, I think it starts in 27, there'll be the demand transfers now from SGF over. So with the 1 mil funding kind of out of the picture, how does this work for 26? And then when I'm looking at, you know, these different pages with the, will that SGF go away, or are these on top of what goes in the EBF through demand transfer? I'm just trying to decipher that. Does that make sense? Who can speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, if I'm tracking your question, so you're looking at the DA 418A1 for the Board of Regents, and looking at the Educational Building Fund and the Campus Restoration Act Fund. So, as you stated, the 27 would be the year that stops being funded by the property tax, and then it would be the starting amount that would be transferred. Those other years are projections, because that now is stated that there's an escalator and there's parameters in there. So those out years are estimates or projections. Can you clarify on the KCRA what that 32.7 that is outlined in the statute for the Campus Restoration Act? Those amounts for the out years.
Okay. All right. No, that helps me out. I just wanted to be sure of that.
No, and that was the side discussion you've seen us up here back and forth on too. So trying to figure it out ourselves. Very good. Thanks for asking. Sure. How about a motion?
I would move that the committee accept the 5-year capital improvement plans for the Kansas Board of Regents, Fort Hays State University, Pittsburgh State University, Wichita State University, Emporia State University, Kansas State University, the University of Kansas Medical Center, and the University of Kansas, as presented.
Thank you, Marcy. Do I have a second? Senator Clue seconded. And that was for a recommendation, not an approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just double
Accept
check.
and recommend.
Is that
Very good minute takers.
all right? You've heard, committee, you've heard the motion. It has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion is carried. So, any questions or comments from staff at this point? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's been a long afternoon, but it helped us to just run through them all. That's all approved at this point, so time to move it forward. Are we good with everything then? Okay. Yes. With that, I think we are done for the day. Yeah, I think Kyle. Well, you're right. This is the last meeting for the interim meetings then, right? And we'll have something back when we get into session back in January timeframe then. Mm-hmm.